The tall spires of the ancient castle rose against the backdrop of majestic mountains, drowning in the gray haze of foggy twilight. Behind one of the windows, a luxurious three-tier chandelier glowed brightly, illuminating the huge hall. She screamed barely audibly, feeling the touch of something cold on her thin, defenseless neck. The girl's face turned slightly pink from shame and excitement. She whispered, "Please untie me." And she almost moaned, "Edric." And the young blonde man, looking at the girl, smiled slightly, tapping the whip on his palm. And then, slowly leaning forward, he whispered soothingly, "Like this." They were lying on the bed. A frighteningly attractive man who has everything, and a young girl. Hayes's face, with his eyes closed, was still pink from the pleasure he had experienced, and her thoughts continued to revolve around Edric. Yes, he has everything, but at the same time, this man has nothing. The man gently stroked the girl's face and asked, looking into her eyes, "Do you feel sorry for me?" She answered, "Yes." At this time, the cold rain was rustling outside the window, making the atmosphere of the room even more cozy and intimate. Hayes covered Edric's hand with her hand and said, "I want to help you in any way I can, because that's all I get." They lay looking into each other's eyes. Hayes's hair was spread out on the bed, and Edric continued to caress her neck. And then the man whispered gratefully, in a low voice, almost moaning the name of his beloved, "Hayes." He slowly approached her lips, intending to plant a passionate kiss on them. A moment later, their lips merged together. The girl blushed even more from such a pleasant continuation, but her train of thought continued. She couldn't stop thinking about him. The hugs he gave me, the warmth of his body. In the process of the much-desired kiss, Hayes realized, I have never felt as comfortable as I do now. From the warmth that Edric gave her, Hayes shed tears, receiving blissful pleasure. Did that mean he wanted her too? Her thoughts rushed through space at great speed. A cold and insensitive image of her loved one appeared before her, evoking fear and sympathy. But at that time, she did not yet understand that these feelings, like a huge snake, were mercilessly strangling her all this time. Morning light flooded the spacious room, which was cleaned by several maids. In the pitch darkness of the next room, a muffled cough was heard. It was repeated again and suddenly died down. The crumpled body of a man lay in his own blood, and opposite, leaning on the windowsill, a man towered. With his last breath, the crumpled man screamed in a heartbreaking voice, turning to the man, "You are a monster!" This man turned out to be Edric. In one hand, he held a half-smoked cigar, and in the other, a loaded revolver. His piercing blue eyes turned towards the half-corpse at his feet, and he spoke. How boring! There was a deafening whistle of a bullet, and Edric's victim's hand fell weakly onto the cold marble. The killer immediately wiped the blood on his cheek with his sleeve and said calmly, "You are here!" An elderly man entered the room, leaning on his cane. He slowly approached Edric. His eyes were the same blue and fear-inspiring as Edric's, and a grin shone on his lips. Joseph von Rugen. They greeted him completely at ease with words. "The night is quite cool today. Why did you come here?" Seeing the revolver, the man hesitated slightly, trying to say something. Gates. But then he pulled himself together and expressed his demand quite confidently. "I want you to open the gate." Sighing heavily, Edric said mockingly after a short pause, "Fine. Are you still not giving up?" To this the elderly man replied calmly, "There is no other way. I trust you, Sir Einburns." Suddenly, Edric's face changed dramatically. It expressed cruelty, and he asked again, "Do you trust?" And at the same moment, without a shadow of a doubt, he pointed the revolver straight at the mysterious elderly man in front of him. Edric said with a smug mockery, "Isn't it because you simply don't want to lose a pawn?" And again there was a deafening sound of a bullet cutting through the air. Fear took over the man more and more. Finally, he gave in to his emotions and groaned painfully. "This is the old man's last wish. Please." Slowly recovering from such a shock, the man closed his eyes. Sweat dripped down his face. As he bowed his head, he heard Edric's next words. "Don't be afraid. It's the end anyway." Under the weight of these cutting words, Joseph began to tremble, sighing heavily every now and then, still trying to regain his composure. He knelt before his tormentor, speaking convulsively. "I rely on you. This sight did not cause any emotions in Edric. His face continued to maintain its imperturbable expression. The man half turned around, casting a thoughtful glance at the peaceful, landscaped garden outside the window, and slowly exhaling the smoke of a fragrant, expensive cigar. He looked at his counterpart without any hostility, and then he said something that made the old man's eyes widen with new hope. "I'm giving you one last chance." The elderly man raised his head, looking at his tormentor with blind joy. The faded hope reignited. After a short pause, Edric set a new condition. "Contact the Prime Minister, and then I will open the gates." At a completely different time, and in a completely different place, someone deliberately knocked over a ceramic vase. A deafening scream from the girl was heard. Light pink flowers scattered across the floor along with the water. A man in black patent leather shoes stepped on the fragments of a broken vase without paying any attention to it. He casually knocked the young girl onto the table with a dull sound. She made an effort, closing her eyes. Hayes frantically asked him to stop, but Edric did not listen. He hung over her, not allowing her to move. Then he ran his finger over her lips, and Hayes only asked him to wait, but she sounded completely unsure. But she stopped his black-gloved hand and hurriedly said, "Look, I need to say something." Then she added shyly, "This is all just a misunderstanding." But Edric calmly asked her again, "Misunderstanding?" The man's hand, overcoming Haza's convulsive resistance, firmly grabbed the collar of her blouse. Some time before that, Hayes stood in the open area of a high-rise building, looking dreamily into the distance. Suddenly, the phone rang. After listening to the interlocutor, the girl clarified in surprise, "Will I fly to Germany?" Lindbergh Castle has long been shrouded in a veil of mystery. It has finally been revealed. But outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering there. But this year the Prime Minister allowed entry there. Every art student dreamed of going to this place. And of course, the laboratory in which Hayes worked was no exception. The students around them were discussing the 15 hours ahead of them in economy class, and Hayes smiled carefree. After a 15-hour flight, they wait another hour and 20 minutes in a stuffy bus. However, Hayes did not lose her presence of mind and optimism. Although it was a difficult path, it was worth it. The students made their way to their destination under the blue October sky and were delighted by what they saw. The luxurious medieval castle, amazed with its Gothic grandeur, solid and at the same time airy. The professor could not contain his delight. "Who would have thought that I could set foot on Lindbergh in this life? Let this journey not be made in vain. A dissertation that will revolutionize the world of art should be published." In reality, Lindbergh Castle, located near the mountains, is different from what Hayes saw in the photographs. It was made in the Romanesque style and seemed to have frozen out of time. It left almost no traces on it. Graceful high spears, colonnades of open verandas, arches of high windows, all this was simply mesmerizing. Hayes remembered how she saw this ancient castle in the picture, which in itself was a work of art. She had already begun to think through her first step if this was the place she saw in her dream. But suddenly, someone called her by name. Turning around, the girl came across a not very pleasant person. To Haza's question, Kwang Woseok, putting his arm around the girl's shoulders, said, "Because I want to support you." And he continued, "You will have to try and thank the professor, since she cannot even pay for the tuition." And holding the girl closer to him, he whispered, "Be with me like now." Hayes shuddered. She hated him. The unpleasant meeting with this man greatly upset Hajian, spoiling her previously rosy mood. And then she noticed one of the students, and, taking advantage of the moment, immediately rushed towards her, screaming, "Yuk-young!" Hayes exclaimed in an exaggerated, cheerful voice. "Didn't you say you wanted to look at something?" Yuk-young was a little confused by such pressure, but agreed, and Hayes pulled the girl away from Kwang Woo-suk. The guy looked displeasedly after the girls who were chirping, "How beautiful! Let's hurry up!" When the girls moved away, Hayes thanked Yuk-young, and she asked again, "What are you thanking me for?" And she continued, "Sung-hoon isn't very observant, so he wouldn't help. You can stay with me." Fellow student Ha-ji-yeon's indignation continued. "Kwang Woo-seok is a bastard. Being a groom doesn't mean being everything." But after speaking, Yong-kyung turned her attention to her phone, talking about the weather and leaving Hayes in a terrible mood. The girl immediately sank. Just one unpleasant conversation shattered all her expectations about the upcoming excursion. She suddenly felt terribly cold, although the sun was rising over the mountains and the heat was unbearable. The students, meanwhile, discussed opening the gate only when the owner arrived. Clearly indignant about this, one of the professors reasoned out loud, "What to do? Will they really not let us in until tomorrow? How long should they wait?" Hajian also noticed the guy's indignation and said hopefully, "We can probably get there today?" The opening period lasted 3 months. This is too little to conduct any research. But suddenly someone exclaimed, "It seems the owner has finally arrived." This made Hayes turn around. A luxurious black limousine appeared on the road. 6 men stood around it, opening the doors. Students also gathered nearby, looking with interest at the expensive car of the owner of Lindert Castle. After all, this man in black patent leather shoes is living history. His bone-chilling eyes and sharp facial features indicated an aristocratic origin. He was dressed in a business suit. The owner of the ancient castle was none other than Edric von der Einborn. General admiration could be heard from the crowd. No one could believe that they had personally seen the owner of the castle. The same one looked somewhat condescendingly at the group of his unexpected guests. Haji Yong was no less amazed than the others. This man evoked an undeniable feeling of delight in her. Still under the influence of the seductive appearance of the owner of the castle, she pointed her camera at Edric. There was a click. The girl immediately became embarrassed, lowering the camera, because it attracted too much attention to herself. Hajiyeon looked up in surprise, hoping that Edric did not notice such an ignorant gesture. But the owner of the castle's gaze was directed directly at the girl. His cold blue eyes confused the poor thing. Hayes was completely bewildered by such a sharp clash of views with such a prestigious person. But besides bewilderment, she felt some discomfort from those blue eyes. The atmosphere around her changed dramatically. She suddenly felt even colder. A shiver ran through her entire body, forcing the girl to shudder. Was this really the moment she became a target? It all probably started today. On this warm, clear autumn day, in the mysterious atmosphere of the luxurious ancient castle Linderk. And then, in the crowd, a student boy asked with interest, "Don't you think he looks like some kind of magician?" The girl standing next to him answered without hesitation, "I asked you not to talk to you about unscientific things." But the boy did not stop talking. Einborn, who inherited the blood of Faust, survived numerous world wars. Kais ignored all this, as she was not left with a feeling of discomfort after this incident. Meanwhile, the students found a new topic to discuss. This owner was a company commander and bore a noble title. But then one of the girls began to whisper, "But that's it." After a short pause, she continued with the same intonation. "Many people say that he is very dangerous." As far as she knew, he was involved in the arms trade, which was very suspicious. Rumor has it that the Einborn family has an unusual weapon, about which nothing is known to the public. There were also rumors that criminal organizations were planning to approach the Count for unknown purposes. But then the narrator stopped abruptly and looked at Hajian. "Jiyoung, are you feeling unwell?" But the girl answered, "No, I'm fine." The students turned away from Hayes with words, "Let's go, the professor is waiting." The girl optimistically decided that they just accidentally crossed eyes, and there was nothing wrong with it. She hurriedly followed her classmates, thinking to herself, "So why did you think he was dangerous?" Meanwhile, the guard explained the rules for visiting the castle. Taking photographs and bringing phones with you is prohibited. But Kazi couldn't put her thoughts in order. "Wake up, Hajian, this is the place you really wanted to see." And indeed, seeing Lindert Castle, famous for its ancient history, is what she has always dreamed of. The girl froze in the doorway, soaking in the atmosphere of the castle. The others looked around, talking enthusiastically. Unlike her companions, Hajian felt the atmosphere of the castle was quite frightening. Is she the only one who feels this? Jian finally pulled herself together and spoke soothingly to herself. "Okay, let's go. We don't have time for this." Then she moved forward, looking with interest at the monumental statues that she met here and there along the way. Rumor has it that the owner of this castle is a man with a very changeable character, and the group of researchers split up, fearing that they would not have time to explore this huge castle in 3 months. An elderly professor and fellow student, Hajiyeon Sung-hoon, set out to explore a certain area together. Hayes was intently describing what she saw and her impressions in a notebook. She wanted to study everything in great detail. When suddenly her raised gaze froze in shock, Hajian's mouth parted in admiration. Between the pilasters, she noticed a huge, bright fresco depicting a young woman in ancient clothes. Everything around was beautiful. High columns, arcades resting on them, made of heavy stone. The vault and dome form a perfectly symmetrical structure. Everything looks so luxurious and graceful, and yet very reliable. Jian got goosebumps from all this splendor. The patterns on the pilasters seemed to the girl to be no less works of art. Hayes realized that 3 months may indeed not be enough to study the castle in detail. At that moment, something caught her attention, and Hajian turned around sharply, looking behind her. The atmosphere of the castle suddenly changed dramatically. Not for the better. It became unusually frightening. It was so quiet. It even felt as if this was not the place where a bunch of students had gathered for an examination. Hajian began to quickly look around in search of who knows what. But there was an oppressive silence all around. And then a frightening realization came to the girl. Did she accidentally end up in a forbidden area? The owner of the castle set one thing before opening. Under no circumstances should his personal space be violated. Realizing this, Kaz quickly turned in the opposite direction and decided to quickly retreat. They say that if you enter the forbidden area, you will be immediately escorted out of the castle, regardless of the reason. The girl tried to reassure herself that she had not seen any warning signs along the road. However, Jian stopped abruptly, looking around, as if she felt someone's gaze on her. Unexpectedly for herself, the girl realized that the premises of the ancient castle had changed beyond recognition. Then Jian continued her walk, but more slowly, as if she was on guard. And suddenly, someone's arrogant laugh made the girl freeze in place in horror. Hajin carefully squinted her gaze in the direction from which it came. Her gaze quickly slid over the tall and stately figure of the man who was leaning on the windowsill. It was Edric. With a dangerous smile and sparkling eyes, he greeted her in German. The man, leaning his hands on his knees, leaned forward slightly and abruptly interrupted the girl. Hayes could not accept that Count Einburns himself was standing in front of her right now, in person. Trying to smooth over the situation, Jian said with a chuckle, "That loud noise just now." But then, she noticed that everything around her was the same as it had been before this unexpected meeting. Still embarrassed by the situation, the girl tried to continue the phrase she started, but alas, Kaza failed. Edric interrupted her with his question completely unexpectedly. "Don't you speak German?" Without allowing Kaza to object, he asked another question, but in English. "Maybe you know English?" But the girl hastened to justify herself. "I just got lost, forgive me, sir. More precisely, Mr. Einburn." Then she continued shyly, looking down. "Can you forgive my intrusion?" However, she could not understand. How could the atmosphere around her change in the blink of an eye? Once again, Hayes was interrupted. Edric extended the stack in her direction and slowly lifted her chin. Carefully studying the girl's face, he concluded with a smug smile. "Not bad." This completely unexpected action on the part of the castle owner put Jian in a very uncomfortable position. Edric responded to the girl's questioning look with his arrogant one, full of confidence and not the least bit embarrassed. Then he abruptly approached her with words. "Finally, I met someone who was completely my type." After some time, they walked along the deserted corridor of a huge castle. There was absolute silence around. Edric remained as calm as ever, but Haza could not put her thoughts in order. Wrapped in her cloak, she thought that the owner of the castle should apologize for those rude actions. Count Einburn quickly realized his mistake and returned to his everyday image of a noble gentleman. Just a little earlier, he was saying such obscene speeches, but now he is silent, maintaining an imperturbable expression on his face. But then Count Edric Einburn himself broke the reigning silence with his question. "You are from Korea, right?" They stopped and Hayes nodded in response. Then he continued. "True, from the south. I haven't met anyone here from the north." Edric then asked Haza's name, and she immediately said it. The man turned sharply towards the girl, and Hajian hastened to give her interlocutor an explanation. "Ha is my last name, and Jian is my first name." In response, Edric remarked with a smile, "It would be much easier to call you Haza." This confused the poor girl even more. She was very surprised and hurried to ask the man her question. How did you find out about my nickname? Then Jean suggested that Edric call her that if he wanted, and the Count gladly agreed. Hayes blushed, noticing his smile, because she saw her for the first time, and now, it seems, she cannot take her eyes off her. Finally, they approached a carved double door, simply amazing in its monumentality. Hayes froze in shock on the threshold and heard the throw in a casual tone. After you. The girl stepped inside the luxurious office, clasping her hands in front of her in excitement and feeling the examining gaze on her back. Hayes realized that it was Count Einburn's private office. Each of his curiosities looked amazing. Hayes's brown eyes glanced at the incomprehensible, complex drawings laid out on the table. The girl became interested. What is this? And then I heard the answer to my mental question from Count Einburn himself. The man leaned towards the girl's ear and whispered in response to her mental question. This is a drawing of a rocket engine. Hayes knew. He ran a military company. But does he make the blueprints himself? Now she will have problems because of this? But Edric, like a true gentleman, hastened to calm his guest. It's okay, it's not finished yet. Walking around the girl, the man walked to the table and gracefully sank into a comfortable work chair. Edric then calmly made the following statement. I'll be honest. I made a mistake, if you want. Be offended. But this didn't sound very convincing to Jian. She immediately remembered his recent eloquence. He apologized deeply for his insolence towards Haza, and also offered her monetary compensation. The question about the amount of compensation confused the girl. She froze in her chair, thinking about everything she had just heard. Edric also continuously glared at the guest, impatiently waiting for an answer to his proposal. His cold, bone-chilling blue eyes looked straight at the girl, not allowing her to concentrate. It seems that he deliberately put Jian in an awkward position, as if he was counting on her insecurity. Then, Count Einburn was the first to decide to break the silence with another question. Am I scaring you that much? This reminded the girl of everything that had happened earlier. Their first meeting near the car, and the last one, was not the most pleasant. And then she decided to tell the Count everything as it is. I probably feel this way because of what happened before. The owner of the castle assumed this with the same equanimity. I think you were afraid of me from the very beginning. Count Edric thoughtfully drummed his long aristocratic fingers on the armrest of his chair. Their last meeting flashed before Hajin's eyes again, reminding her of herself like a painful scar. The girl herself did not notice how her cheeks turned pink and her breathing quickened. It was as if she was under the weight of an unbearable burden and was unable to throw it off herself. Such cowardice did not make the girl very happy, and with an effort, pulling herself together, she raised her eyes to the man. Count Einburn continued to sit relaxed in his chair, calmly looking at the girl frozen in front of him. Hajin's expression subtly changed, and from pitiful it turned into almost decisive. And she said, because you can easily destroy me. Such an unexpected statement greatly surprised the Count, but the girl immediately tried to justify herself, because she considered her words completely inappropriate. There was no response from Edric, so Jianna decided to continue her speech. That's not what I meant at all. She concluded by saying, I just feel this way because you are such an important person. And then Count Einburn burst into laughter, as if he did not notice his companion's embarrassment and timidity at all. The man then apologized and spoke. You don't have to give an answer right now. Tell me when you've thought it over. Hajian leaned back in her chair and looked down, wondering how to get out of such an embarrassing situation. However, the girl could not shake the feeling that she had missed something very important. It was as if Mr. Einburn's cold and penetrating eyes did not allow her to concentrate on the most important thing. Then, Jian finally decided that that strange transformation of the corridor was just an illusion, and glancing towards the window I thought, how beautiful everything looks in the sunset. And then the realization came to Jian that she had lost track of time. The girl turned sharply towards the door. Hayes politely said goodbye to the Count, who in turn said, A servant is waiting in the hall to show you off. And then his searching gaze turned to the girl, and he said with a smile, See you soon, Hayes. And clear autumn twilight gradually fell on Linderk Castle. White clouds swirled over the distant mountains. At the exit from the office of the owner of Linderk Castle, Jean was met by a representative of the staff. and wrapped in her beige cloak, Hayes hurriedly followed the maid along the long corridor of the castle. But then the girl stopped, feeling some discomfort, as if something was missing below. Memories of that meeting flashed through my head again. Jiyeon realized that she was not wearing underwear. The poor thing immediately blushed and quickly hurried to catch up with the maid, who had almost disappeared around the corner. It seems that what happened to her was the worst thing that could ever happen. The night gradually came into its own. The illuminated windows of the castle slightly dispersed the approaching darkness. Classmates met the girl in one of the rooms of Lindert Castle. They were extremely surprised by her appearance. Kwang Woo-seok, who was in a bad mood, turned towards Jiyeon, calling her by name. Everyone's attention did not put the girl in a good mood, and she shivered and lowered her eyes. Hayes was immediately bombarded with angry reproaches from her fiancé. "Ha-Jian, did you come here to rest?" He was getting angrier every second. "Who told you that you can forget about work and hang around wherever you want?" Yuk-young immediately intervened. "You should have asked what happened first." Everyone around was also worried about the girl. But Woo-seok still didn't shut up. "When I went to look for you, they told me that you were talking to the count." And then the girl realized that she would have to explain herself to everyone, and this must be done carefully. And Jian began her story. "I accidentally wandered into a forbidden area, and the count must have confused me with someone." However, Hayes could not dare to finish the sentence she started. "Andy beat me." Those present gasped in surprise, and the girl had to cover her ear. It was so unexpected. Then she hastily added, "In any case, he said that he would compensate everything with money, but I decided to think again." And then the previously silent professor intervened in the conversation. "Does compensation have to be monetary?" And the leader of the scientific group looked slyly at the embarrassed girl. The older man then continued calmly, "Ask him for permission to enter the restricted area." The girl's eyes widened in amazement. She in no way could believe what she had just heard. After all, seeing the secret corners of Einburn Castle is worth a lot. Their dissertations are sure to rock the art world. The professor continued the same. "Our graduate school will be the first to shed light on the secrets of Lindert Castle." A question followed. "Jen, you understand what this means, right?" The girl continued to look at him in bewilderment. Realizing that he had not been able to fully convince Haas, the professor continued, "This is a chance to correct all your mistakes, Jean." The German chancellor made a lot of efforts to ensure that the castle was agreed to be opened for just a few months. The girl tried to object, but suddenly she again felt that she was among strangers. They were pressing on her from all sides. Everyone was silent, waiting for a positive answer from Jiyeon, but she suddenly felt terrible devastation. There are times when you involuntarily hope for someone's help, but you know very well that it is useless. When they were left alone, Yuk-young couldn't stand it. "Do you think this is for the benefit of everyone, and not for Kwon Woo-seok's dissertation?" The indignation of fellow student Casey was growing. How could the professor say something like that? Obviously, this is impossible. But Jiyeon tried to calm her down. "Everything is fine. Who knows? Maybe everything will work out. And then everyone will benefit." But then the girl started thinking about what the professor would do if she couldn't get permission to enter. Yuk-young was now also starting to worry about her friend. An awkward silence hung in the room. Hajin decided to be the first to break the reigning silence. "It's just a small thing." "Can I go first then?" Yuk-young hurriedly stopped her. "But you haven't had lunch yet. Can I buy you something?" After the girl asked for a hamburger, Yuk-young apologized for her inaction in the situation. Although Hayes said that there was nothing wrong with this, she was far from all right in her soul. The girl realized that the one who took her to Germany was the professor, and there was no way to refuse him. She sank exhaustedly near the front door of her house, thinking about everything that had happened today. Time passed, and Jean could not find the strength to get to her feet and even change clothes. With every second she became colder. This cold was terribly unbearable for Hayes. She was ready to fall asleep right there, at the front door. But suddenly, an unexpected sound made her jump. It was a call on her phone. Someone completely tactlessly decided to disturb the poor thing in the middle of the night. Hajin's mind was lost in space, taking her long before this day. She was very little and walked with her mother through the huge museum. And then the little girl's attention was caught by one of the paintings. The girl turned to her mother with a sincere childish smile. Mom, look!" How cool it is! This was definitely one of the warmest and most pleasant memories in Hajian's life. Then her mother spoke promisingly. If you become a curator, you will be able to organize such exhibitions yourself. And then she added, and you can also buy works of art yourself. Isn't that great? Then a dream arose in the heart of little Hajian to become a curator and invite her mother to an exhibition. Jian will always remember her mother's smile. It was brighter than the rays of the sun and illuminated the whole world. But not everything in the girl's life was always so bright and beautiful. Of course, there was a dark side to her. Constant quarrels between parents, either because of infidelity or because of something else, did not give the child peace. It was unbearable. Listening to the screams of mom and dad behind the wall and sitting with my legs crossed, afraid of every rustle. In those moments, her mother did not look happy. She could not hold back tears of resentment, quarreling with her husband. Family life was bursting at the seams with each such quarrel. The poor thing grew up in hatred and resentment. But even when her parents divorced because of her father's infidelity, Jian remained true to herself. And even when she had to leave her mother due to financial problems, the girl did not give up. And even after leaving home, and even when she found herself in loving arms again, happy moments of distant childhood flashed before Hajian's eyes every now and then, not allowing her to forget them. There was still a glimmer of hope in Haza, that everything would be fine, and she would regain her happy and intact family. But at one point, returning home, she saw the lifeless body of her dear mother. It turned out that she had a brain hemorrhage, but it was still possible to save her. Jian remembers sitting in the hospital corridor and counting the seconds until the doctors appeared. After all, now her mother has fallen into a deep coma and, most likely, will never regain consciousness. What should she do now? Where to go? The girl could not imagine her life without this man. At that moment, Jian's father wanted a stable job, and just at that moment, Quan Wosiak became interested in it. And then her father began to use his daughter on a regular basis, absolutely not ashamed of it. He literally sold out Jian to impress CEO Quan Wosiak's father. For this, the girl received everything she needed so much: money for a hospital for her mother, and for her studies. Picking up the phone from an unknown number, the girl was the first to start a conversation, greeting the interlocutor. The conversation continued. Call your fiancé Appa. There will be a meeting with Director Quan soon. Behave yourself. To this, the girl answered humbly. I'll take care of it. Please don't forget to pay mom's bills. The conversation was over, and the girl's thoughts again circled around her mother and her dream of becoming a curator. That is why her request to Count Einborn must be crowned with success. She will make every effort. The very next day, Jian was sitting in the office of the owner of the castle and was terribly nervous about one thing. She has been sitting here for a whole hour. Mr. Einborn is still not there. How can you not be nervous? But just when she had time to think that this was too much even for the Count, he immediately appeared before her. Jian immediately rose from her chair and said, smiling, I know you're very busy, so thank you for your time. To this, Edric, walking around the chair on which the girl was sitting, casually threw it back at her. No problem. He stood opposite, but continued. I heard that you want to talk about compensation, Jian said decisively. I'm very sorry, but instead of financial compensation, I would like something else. Although the girl sounded determined, in reality, her hands were shaking and her eyes nervously ran around the room. Then, gathering her strength, she finally finished. Could you allow us to see the closed parts of the castle? Edric asked the girl. So you're asking me to show you the restricted area? Hayes nodded in response. The hand of the owner of the castle, dressed in a black glove, lazily reached for the cuff of his black stylish suit. The silence seemed to last forever, but then the Count decided to break it. This is a very unceremonious request. Then Count Einborn opened the cigar box and took out one of them, looking sideways at his guest. But suddenly, his blue eyes froze on the girl, and Edric asked unceremoniously, Do you smoke? Jian was very confused by this question. She looked up at Mr. Einborn and shook her head. But then the girl suddenly realized that a master's degree is a prerequisite in the big world of art. She must persuade him to do this. Then Hayes said hesitantly, But I'm very interested in learning about cigars. Hajin then asked carefully, Teach me. Then the Count's lips broke into an intriguing smile. slowly bringing the cigar to the small guillotine. The man said lazily, "I seem to be a bad influence on you." Hayes sat on tenterhooks, anxiously watching the actions of the owner of the castle, when suddenly a piece of cigar fell on her shoulder. When the deed was done, he reached for her chin with one hand, while Edric gracefully held a cigar in the other. Before the start of the lesson, the man ingratiatingly asked his student, "Do you still want to try?" The girl was silent, looking straight into Count Einburn's eyes and wondering what she should answer. Jian then sighed and responded positively. Then she opened her mouth slightly, ready for the most unpleasant sensations, and then she felt the tip of a cut cigar between her lips, and she automatically raised her hand to her face. A smug smile graced Edric's face. He watched everything that was happening with obvious pleasure. From the outside, this scene looked very ambiguous. Fortunately, there were no witnesses to what was happening. Continuing to hold the cigar in one hand, the man slowly brought his other hand to the back of the girl's head. His graceful but strong fingers gently buried themselves in her mop of hair and lifted her a little. Haz's cheeks flushed even more, and she raised her extremely embarrassed eyes to Count Einburn. The man watched the play of feelings on the girl's face with a half smile and whispered intimately, "Hayes, pull me in." Hajin frantically pressed her fists to her closed knees and tried her best to sit still. The man continued to gently stroke Hajion's hair, and she tried to follow his instructions. And then her brown eyes widened even more. But now not from embarrassment, but from suffocation. Hajin snatched the cigar from her mouth and leaned forward into a fit of convulsive coughing. The Count, continuing to hold the girl's head, said carefully, "Don't swallow smoke. Roll it in your mouth and release it." The man's hand in a black glove continued to stroke the girl's head, burying itself deeper into her hair. Then, the Count's fingers slowly and gently moved to the sensitive spot between Hajian's neck and shoulder, and looking intently at the girl, the man whispered bewitchingly and soulfully, "You can do it!" Jian's thoughts were confused. She looked at the man as if enchanted, and he continued in a barely audible whisper, "Highs!" Finally, the girl dared to continue what she had started and took the cigar into her mouth again, and tears appeared in her eyes. Jian blew out the smoke, and then Edric reached out to her to take the cigarette and praised the student. He gently grabbed her chin and said with a smile, "Not bad, Hayes. You have potential." Then Count Einburn ingratiatingly asked his student, "And how do you like it? Sounds like you want to try again?" His blue searching eyes continuously watched the girl's expression, clearly embarrassing her. Hayes, all red with embarrassment, hastened to give her answer to the Count. "Next time, if the opportunity arises." Finally, Mr. Einburn considered the lesson learned and moved away to take the chair opposite. Then, Jian was afraid that this was not enough to satisfy the Count, and the girl added, "It wasn't bad." Edric did not answer anything to this. He silently lit the same cigar that Hayes had just studied on. Then Count Einburn broke the silence. "I didn't expect you to ask for this as compensation." The girl felt guilty, so she blushed again, and Jian hurried to apologize. At first, the man did not react to her apology, but continued to silently smoke a cigar, looking at the guest. But then he suddenly said, looking her straight in the eyes, and thereby terribly embarrassing her, "I'm curious about something." Through the panoramic window, muffled sunlight, scattered by autumn leaves, penetrated into the room. Count Einburn did not finish his question, and an even more awkward silence formed in the room. But then Edric suddenly asked, "Have you seen this?" The girl immediately understood what exactly was going on. Her eyes suddenly widened, revealing Hayes's inner excitement, which was growing stronger every second. Of course, he meant that illusion, a completely destroyed corridor that was previously safe and sound. The Count did not say directly, but his hint was not difficult to recognize. Of course, he was asking about these ruins. What should you answer her? Jian probably shouldn't talk about what she saw, but this hesitation gives her away. Tired of waiting for an answer, Edric spoke first. "Still, you saw it. It's simply incomprehensible." It seemed that Count Einburn was not angry at all. Rather, he was quite interested in the matter. Then Jian decided to carefully ask him, "Does this mean that I caused you any harm?" To this, the man, putting away his cigar, immediately responded, "This can hardly be called damage." And after a short pause, he continued, "It's rather unfortunate." This answer seemed very strange to the girl, and for some reason it seemed to her that this would be more unfortunate for her than for the owner of the castle. And after a short pause, Edric completely unexpectedly gave out. I will allow entry into the restricted area. Jian did not immediately understand what had just happened, since for her it was extremely spontaneous. Then the man added, but only for you, and since this is my personal space, I will accompany you. Not noticing any reaction from the girl, Edric unceremoniously asked her, is there something you're not happy with? Jian immediately jumped up and exclaimed joyfully, I agree! Thanks a lot! She really was very grateful. Hayes could not believe her luck, when suddenly the Count pointed to the package in her hands and asked, what is it? The girl hastened to explain to Edric about the package. These are the clothes I borrowed from you yesterday, thank you. But the man suddenly said with calm in his voice, it's a gift, so you don't have to thank me. Although it sounded quite convincing, Jean knew that it was probably very expensive clothes. Then she decided not to argue, raised her head and said gratefully, I will wear it with pleasure. But suddenly, Edric approached sharply and pointed his finger at the package itself, asking, what does it mean? Kazi did not expect that he would ask her about this and was embarrassed, and then explained, this is a bag from a donut shop. Their conversation turned out to be very strange, but at the end, Jean added embarrassedly, and I also love hamburgers. Edric grinned. Now he seemed like a pretty good person, if he didn't remember yesterday's incident. Then he took a step closer to her and suddenly, out of the blue, proposed, do you mind having lunch tomorrow? In fact, Hayes was even glad, because then she wouldn't have to wait forever to meet him again. The girl was completely embarrassed by the fact that Mr. Einborn was standing so close and looking as calm as always. Hajin hurried to tell the Count her opinion about tomorrow's lunch. I'm free at this time tomorrow. Then Edric approached her even closer, and Jean was thrown into the paint. Then please contact me tomorrow. And suddenly, Count Einborn suddenly grabbed Hayes's hand. She screamed from this such a spontaneous action. The man took a step forward, literally hovering over the girl and suppressing her with his sighs. He moved even closer. Jian could not move, as if she was in a trance. Their lips almost touched. Suddenly, the man stopped, as if a certain feeling had momentarily taken possession of him, and now he was able to overcome it. But then Edric began to expose the girl's arm, pushing back the sleeve of her cardigan. It was difficult for Jean to stand on her feet after such actions from the owner of the castle. She was in a state of shock. However, Hayes could not understand her feelings. Was she really just experiencing shock, or was there something else? Their lips almost merged together, but then suddenly the Count suddenly grinned slyly. Then he opened his hands and said completely calmly, tomorrow I will send someone for you. And he also added calmly, making Jian silently perplexed, I look forward to our meeting, Hayes. Her cheeks were so red that it was impossible to hide it, as well as all her thoughts. As Hayes walked towards the exit of the castle, she thought to herself, why does he call me that? It's kind of confusing. Hajin had heard rumors about the ruins. There must be some kind of secret, some kind of supernatural phenomenon. And suddenly the phone rang. Someone again decided to disturb the girl at the wrong time. Looking at the phone screen, her eyes widened and her mouth parted in surprise. It was Quan Wosiok. Of course he started the conversation first. How did your negotiations with Mr. Einborn go? Hayes answered his question positively, and then Quan Wosiok asked a new one. Looks like you had a good chat? After a short pause in their conversation, Hajian finally dared to answer him. I got permission. However, the hardest part was finishing the sentence. But on the condition that only I can go there. The reaction was immediate. What? You should have asked permission for all of us. Even through the phone, the girl could feel how angry her fiancé was now. It seemed that he was ready to kill her. Quan Wusok continued angrily. You're good for nothing. Where are you now? We need to talk. Trying to maintain her composure, Jian spoke. I hang up. The girl did not have time to finish. She no longer listened to the voice coming from the phone. Hayes's attention was completely captured by one of the pictures. This picture was called The Massacre of Infants. Jian, as if possessed, did not take her eyes off her. King Herod wanted to destroy Jesus, and therefore ordered the death of all infants under the age of 2. This picture depicts the ruthless reprisal of powerful warriors against poor and defenseless children. The painting attracted attention when, at the insistence of the Einburns, it was carefully studied and recognized as an original. After which, this work of art was carefully hidden in the ancient walls of Linderk Castle. Hajin was greatly amazed to see her here. It seemed to her that the canvas could come to life at any moment. Her eyes examined every millimeter of the picture, which was a story, thoughtfully studying every detail. Here, women were depicted fighting off soldiers with their bare hands, protecting their children at the cost of their lives. The frantic maternal love of these women burst out of the canvas. Their despair is captured on the canvas. They say that shortly before closing time, filming will be allowed in the castle. Jian is obliged to take a photo of this picture. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl. She turned and saw a well-dressed elderly man. The man introduced himself as Joseph von Rugen and offered to talk in private. Hayes was at a loss. She asked, "Right now?" And the man answered with a radiant smile, "Yes, it won't take long." And then he added, "We'll talk about the graph." This statement made Jian freeze in place without making a single movement. They walked into a part of the castle unknown to her, and Jean was surprised to notice that there were no exhibits here. And suddenly, he handed her his business card with the words, "Let me introduce myself once again, Joseph von Rugen." Jian followed the lines on Joseph's business card and realized that he ran a well-known pharmaceutical company. When Haz wanted to ask about the topic of their conversation, the man interrupted her. "You've been to a restricted area, haven't you?" For a moment, the girl froze silently. She tried to find the right words to justify that incident. Hajian began her explanation rather hesitantly. "Regarding this incident, I have already apologized properly." But Mr. Joseph von Rugen interrupted her. "Miss Hajin, let me get straight to the point." The girl froze in anticipation, and meanwhile, the elderly man continued. "We need Count Einburn's allocations." Kaz was extremely surprised by this unexpected turn of events, and carefully asked him again. Then the man calmly added, "Even a tiny amount will be enough, just bring it to us." But seeing that the girl was still perplexed, Mr. Joseph said, "We will pay you 1 million euros for this." The number he mentioned stunned the poor girl even more. Her eyes widened, and a drop of sweat ran down her cheek. Collecting her thoughts, Hayes spoke carefully. "We have no relationship. I will be useless in this matter." Then she hastily added, "He confused me with someone, which is why the Count touched me then." But the man interrupted her again. "Did the Count really touch you?" In response to this, the girl said indignantly, "Why would I lie about something like this?" Then the man apologized to her, and he explained to the girl, "I just can't believe that this Count came into contact with someone. You really are special." Then the man said with regret in his voice, "The truth is, we are in dire straits." He continued his speech. "You are our last hope. You were in the forbidden zone and got out alive." Mr. Joseph then handed the girl another card with words on it. "You can contact me on this number." Hajin was surprised to notice that this business card was radically different from the one he first presented to her. This one was completely black, with a single name written in gold letters in the center. Faust. Then, Casey decided to turn the received business card over and look at its reverse side, which was no less interesting. The girl thought to herself with some indifference. A business card promising 1 million euros. "After studying the business card," she said calmly, "Sorry, but I think I should give it back to you." But suddenly, the man lifted his hat, looking Jean straight in the eyes. "Please keep it with you." He did not take his searching gaze, which showed open interest, from the girl in front of him. Kaza was haunted by one question. Where does this person have so much confidence in himself and his words? The huge building with high windows was already covered with the veil of night, and the moon was sparkling in the sky. The girl turned her gaze to the window from which bright light was leaking. There were heavy blue curtains hanging in the room. Then the girl thought, lying on the bed, "I'm so tired. Will Quan Wusok get mad if I hang up like that?" She looked at the phone screen, where a notification appeared about 2 missed calls from Quan. Then the brunette opened her eyes wide in surprise, peering at the phone. She rolled over to the edge of the bed. She thought, "Von der Einburn." The girl looked at his photographs, where he spoke with important people. Most often, he looked cold and distant. His blue eyes were cold, and there were guards around him. the brunette thought. All his photographs were taken at official events. Even the paparazzi seemed to be afraid of him, she thought. His parents died early, and therefore he inherited the family property at a young age, she thought. Picky, touchy, and overreacting? Known for having a bad temper? He doesn't deserve these words. He agreed to fulfill such an impudent request. The girl remembered. Edric looked special then. But then the brunette remembered how he lit a cigarette and thought about it. And despite being touchy, he shared a cigarette. The girl started looking for him on one website, using his first and last name. But the girl then came across various horrific stories and said, Sung-hoon retold the story from the internet. But suddenly, the brunette's brown eyes dimmed slightly, and then the girl frowned, peering at the screen. Several requests appeared in front of her, one of which said that Edric was a sorcerer, and the other called him the devil. The agreement concluded between Faust and the devil is still valid to this day, through blood relationship with the Einburns. But then the girl just scrolled through the story in a bored manner, and also said, Lord, what nonsense this is! Does the Rugen I met yesterday also believe in occult stories? The girl thought. And then the girl lowered her head, and her gaze grew dim. She thought about it. But if this is so, then what price did they pay? She closed her eyes slightly, but her thoughts were still attached to the mysterious man. Counts who inherited the castle. They never lived past 35, and all died miserably. She remembered the blonde. But then, just a few moments later, the girl had already put the phone aside, putting aside unnecessary thoughts. The girl tried to fall asleep, and therefore closed her eyes and lay down on the pillow, thinking, Still, he is mysterious. And then the girl fell into a deep and sound sleep, which, it seemed, nothing would disturb. But the moon shines much brighter than the lamp nearby. The brunette noticed this, and therefore thought. Then, just a few moments later, the girl was already sitting on a small sofa near the window. But then, the brunette saw the Count in front of her. He stood opposite the window, and smiling, called her. The girl did not at all expect that this was really possible. She opened her eyes wide and also blushed. But then the blonde leaned closer to her, lifting her chin. He didn't stop smiling. Then the girl immediately understood by looking at his movements. Incomprehensible emotions drove me into a corner. But then the guy stroked the girl's lower lip, and also quietly called her again. Hayes. He was wearing black gloves. He repeated the girl's name again and again, and then his hands closed around Hayes's neck, who was surprised. The girl froze in place and also thought, looking at the blonde, Is it because of fear that your heart is pounding so much? Or from what? The Count did not stop smiling brightly. His blue eyes looked content and joyful. And then the man again ran his thumb over the girl's lower lip, lifting her chin up. But then, just a moment later, the guy was already pushing away from the girl, crossing his other hand on his belt. And then the blonde put his finger in her mouth. The girl blushed even more, and her eyes widened greatly. But then, just a moment later, the girl stopped resisting altogether. Quite the contrary. The blonde ordered her, and also grinned at the diligent girl's face. Suck it. The girl obediently followed his orders, and her cheeks burned even more. She closed her brown eyes. But then, just a moment later, the girl opened her brown, narrowed eyes. Her bangs fell over her face. The brown-eyed girl's gaze became clouded, and this was noticeable even from under Hayes's thick, feminine eyelashes. And then the girl squeezed her knees tighter. They turned red, as did his knuckles. Hayes thought. Strange sensations. The man watched her carefully, piercing her blue, insanely light eyes. The strands fell over his face. His glassy and empty eyes now reflected the obedient and shy girl opposite. The girl's saliva had already begun to flow onto her hand, but the guy did not stop. She tried to say something, and then the Count approached the girl's face, and finally said, Not bad. The brunette was surprised by such a compliment. The finger went deep enough to touch the palatal tongue, but I tried my best not to spit it out, she thought. But at the same time, I didn't want to do it, the brunette thought, looking at the guy in front of her. Tears flowed from my eyes. The warm smile he gave me seemed understanding. The brunette remembered the face of that blonde. It was as if he was praising me, the girl thought. Only a moment later, the Count stuck 2 fingers into her, but almost immediately he took them out of his mouth. It looked very strange and disgusting from the outside. And then the man began to wipe the drool from her mouth. The girl's eyes were watery, but she watched the Count. And then, just a moment later, the blonde walked closer to the girl, as if he was about to say something. And then, the blonde finally told the brunette, "You have potential, Hayes," a male voice repeated. The girl opened her eyes in the morning on her bed. She was wearing a chic pink robe. Hayes was at a loss, but upon waking up, the girl immediately began screaming with all her might. Her ringing voice echoed against the walls. The girl rushed around the room and kept repeating, "You're crazy, crazy! Why did I dream this?" But at the moment when the girl wanted to close her soup, something suddenly surprised her. Hayes froze in place. "Tomorrow I will send someone for you," the blonde told her that day. The girl screamed loudly, "Meeting!" It was already autumn outside. The leaves of the trees have become much more colorful and varied, and the weather is colder. There were a lot of people walking on the street, but they were all staring at one point, very surprised at something. At the same time, the blonde was looking at Hayes, who was looking at him innocently. The man said, "You have come." The girl was wearing a sweater and a light jacket. She looked incredibly beautiful in these clothes. The man was dressed rather casually. He smiled softly, looking at the brown-eyed girl in front of him. The Count told the girl, "Sit down then." The other strangers turned to look at them and cast sidelong glances at Hayes. The girl asked thoughtfully, "Is it just me, or is it still a little early for lunch?" She began to stutter slightly. The man looked away with his blue eyes and then said, "I didn't plan to come here so early." But then the man smirked slightly and also scratched his cheek lightly, already preparing to come up with an excuse. The man finally spoke. "The thing is, last night I had a dream." The girl froze in place in response. The girl involuntarily remembered her dream, where a man put his fingers in her mouth, smiling sweetly. Remembering this, the girl only blushed deeper, opening her brown eyes wide. And then the brunette said, "I also had a dream." The blonde looked pleased, smiling warmly for Hayes. "And what was he talking about?" the Count asked, which puzzled the girl. She answered, "Nothing like that, just a conversation." The man began to scratch his temple, and also thoughtfully repeated the words of his companion, who was sitting opposite. His thoughts were immediately interrupted by a girl who screamed in embarrassment. "What about you, Edric?" Suddenly, the girl realized, "I got so excited that I called him by name." "I meant it, sir." But then the man came closer, as if about to kiss him, and said, "I prefer being called by name. I also dreamed about the conversation. With Hayes. Alone." The man said, and also covered her hand with his. The girl was surprised. "He's just joking, right?" the brunette thought, watching his face. He still looked the least bit embarrassed. The girl blushed even more in response, and her pupils became even larger than before. She thought. And if not, the girl continued to repeat, "Please stop looking at me." The Count smiled even wider, and then the blonde finally asked, "Why?" The embarrassed girl said, stuttering, "Just stop." But suddenly, in order not to develop the topic, the girl shouted, "Hamburgers! Let's eat hamburgers! I'll treat you!" On a plate in front of the girl was a hamburger, fries, and nuggets. It all looked very tasty. The girl opened her eyes wide, and then thought, looking at the hamburger, so big. She looked at the people who were watching Edric and thought, "This region is named after Einborn. He eats without using cutlery. This looks so wrong." The girl thought, looking at the blonde. "Are hamburgers really that good?" the man asked, looking at the brunette, whose face was smeared with crumbs. Then the girl answered, "Yes, they are delicious. Since they contain bread, meat, and vegetables, you can get proteins and fiber." But then, the girl suddenly fell silent. Her cheeks were very red, and her eyes were wide open. The man smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen you so talkative. And this is the first time they bought me a hamburger." The girl could not utter a word in response. She just started fiddling with the fingers on her pale hands. But suddenly the blonde said, "Maybe we should continue our rushed conversation in the castle?" He extended his hand. People turned around and watched them. The girl noticed this and therefore said, "I'd rather continue at the castle." Then she thought, looking at the snow-white car next to Edric, Is it normal to drive such an expensive car? But in the end, the girl still sat down in the car seat. She buckled up, examining the situation, and then the man adjusted the mirror there. His gaze again became stern and cold, like steel. We go straight to the castle, the blonde said and started the car, driving through the autumn streets of the city. The girl opened her eyes wide and also blushed with joy. She thought, such a pleasant breeze. I heard that you met Rugen yesterday. Suddenly, Edric decided to start a conversation with the brunette next to him. The blonde narrowed his eyes and then said indifferently, You must have been asked to get my sperm. Hayes then looked away with her brown eyes, watching the blonde, and asked awkwardly, How did you know? I know everything that happens in my castle, the blue-eyed man said. The girl looked at him cautiously. She again remembered that evening when a strange elderly man approached her with such an unusual request. Then Hayes began to squeeze the straps with her hands, as if trying to calm down and push away the memories. Hayes said, They said they would give €1,000,000. And the blonde asked, And when are you going to fulfill the contract? Then the girl opened her brown eyes wide, watching the blonde in front of her in surprise. She said, I refused. Edric asked, Small reward? Or because of the groom who didn't buy a ring? Then Hayes kept repeating, No, not because of this at all. First of all, refusal to a strange request is natural. The man rubbed his lip and then said boredly, It looks like you have no intention of having sexual relations with me. But then the man suddenly grabbed the belt in the car and asked in bewilderment, Why not? Then the girl lowered her hazy brown eyes, and her cheeks turned bright red. She tried to say something. And then Hayes finally spoke. It seems like you've been through this many times before. She looked out the window. Edric replied, To some extent, yes. Even intelligence agencies sent spies to have sex. The blue-eyed man turned his gaze to the girl next to him and said, But until now, I haven't touched anyone. The brunette was very surprised, and therefore again turned her gaze to the landscape outside the window, not wanting to look at Edric. She noticed in the rearview mirror a black car that had been following them along the empty road for a long time. But suddenly, these machines began to appear more and more. They were clearly chasing them at breakneck speed. The girl said fearfully to the blonde, who frowned and clenched his jaw, Black cars are behind us. And then? The man suddenly asked an unexpected question. Hayes, do you like to ride roller coasters? Then the girl answered, Not good. But the man seemed not to care at all. He just stepped on the gas. The blonde then said, frowning even deeper, Now I'm just going to drive the car a little rough. Then the man tried his best to make sure that the black cars could not catch up with them. The girl screamed in fear, squeezing herself into a chair. What's going on? She held on to the belt tightly, but their pursuers were getting closer and closer to them. No amount of speed in Edric's car would have helped them escape. And then they attached a chain to the white car, so that now they could not get far from them, escape. And suddenly, the white car began to slow down. It seemed as if her wheels were enveloped in heavy, impenetrable smoke. There's a hook in the back! The girl with brown eyes thought in fright, realizing the deplorability of her situation. And then the sounds of gunfire rang out. One of the pursuers climbed out of the car window and began shooting at Edric. Characteristic marks from accurate and confident shots began to appear on the rear window of Annyburn's car. The girl's body shook. She almost cried from fear. She covered her ears, trying not to hear the gunshots. The man glanced at the girl with an indifferent look and then said, The glass is bulletproof, so it will last. Close your eyes for a moment, Hayes, the man said in a cold voice, gripping the steering wheel of the car even tighter. And then the black car tried to cut Edric off. She hit her side, but Einburn survived. Then one of the pursuers, who had previously fired, contorted his face in bewilderment and fear. Then there were two broken cars behind them. The glass was shattered, and there were traces of blood on the hood. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and immediately turned her gaze to Edric, asking in bewilderment, Is it over? But then she opened her eyes even wider. She saw something she clearly didn't expect. Her hair was disheveled. A huge black weapon appeared right in front of her eyes, the barrel of which sparkled brightly, reflecting the sun's rays. One of the pursuers caught up with them and pointed the gun directly at the blonde. The girl understood. You won't survive after this. But it seemed as if the man didn't even care about that. He just smiled as he spoke. Panzerfaust. The man then extended his snow-white hand straight towards his enemy's car. It seemed as if he was not afraid at all. The man did not stop smiling and said, "Haven't seen it for a long time." And then red rays stretched out from his palm. The man's pupils instantly turned red, and not the slightest trace remained of the sky-blue color. Then a huge pool of blood appeared next to the snow-white car, spreading everywhere. All of Edric's enemies lost their heads in an instant. The agreement that Faust made with the devil is still in effect today. The girl looked at the corpses, not daring to utter a word. But if that's the case, what was the price they paid? The counts who inherited Lindert Castle never lived past the age of 35, and all died unfortunate deaths. Edric von der Einborn is already 32 years old. The girl remembered, but her consciousness began to grow cloudy. Why did I remember this now? She thought. But then a voice spoke. Please open up, I'm cold. Then the girl sat on her knees, expecting that they would hear her, open the door, and let her home again. The girl couldn't stop looking at her snow-white hand. She looked at the living room of that house. And then Hayes begged again, clenching her hand into a fist. Please, it's very cold here. She was almost shaking. The girl still continued to sit at the threshold of the house, examining every detail. Then bitter tears flowed from Hayes's brown eyes. She looked up and muttered again, Please, I don't want to. But suddenly, someone's hand touched her cheek, as if urging her to look up. He asked again. The girl pressed herself against his hand, and then answered, I don't want to freeze. She lowered her eyes, from which tears flowed. The girl grabbed the man's outstretched hand and wiped her tears with it. She repeated again, Don't kick me out. And then the man approached her, smiling slightly, as if not even paying attention to Hayes's condition. Edric kissed the brunette, who immediately reciprocated the man's feelings. She blushed and relaxed. The man's tongue immediately went deeper. The brunette blushed, but responded in the same way. And then the man gently grabbed the long locks of the girl's hair, who clung even closer to him. Then Edric lightly stroked her ear and cheek. Hayes immediately closed her eyes, giving herself entirely to the new feelings. But then, quite suddenly, the man pulled away from the brunette, leaving her bewildered. She watched him. The girl was actually lying in a bed with blue sheets and muttering, More, please, more. But a certain man approached her and ran his finger over her lips, asking, Such a small mouth, but so greedy. What should I do, Hayes? The man asked, although he knew that he would not receive an answer from her. He touched his lips again. I wanted to fill my body with warmth so that I would never get cold, she thought, kissing Edric. But she woke up alone. The girl thought, This was the dream I hate the most. In it, I can only look at the light outside the window. Usually, I shake for a long time after waking up, but today I don't. She glanced at her fingers as they slid over her underwear. Then the girl got out of bed, clutching her head, which hurt badly. She was wearing a pink dress. Is it really all about unsatisfied desire? Why does only Edric appear in my dreams? The girl was thinking. And then the girl finally opened her eyes and decided to look around the place in which she woke up this time. She was lying in the bedroom. Marble walls, high ceilings, blue tulips, and other elements caught her eye. Hayes realized that she was in Lindert Castle and therefore involuntarily remembered the shootout and the chase. But then the girl's eyes widened when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. Already woken up? Opposite her, a blond man sat on a small sofa. He smiled mockingly, crossing his arms over his chest. He smiled again, turning to the girl. His shirt was unbuttoned. Hayes was very surprised by his appearance. And then the man turned away from the girl and also closed his blue eyes. He shook his head slightly. Edric sat down on her bed, and Hayes began asking questions excitedly. Are you okay? What happened then? What's the last thing you remember? The blonde asked, and the girl answered thoughtfully. I remember the gun being pointed at you. Edric grinned and said, You won't be able to make a non-lethal shot with this weapon. They wanted to kill me. And yet why don't you have a single scratch on you? The girl asked, watching the count from behind. The blonde asked the brunette in bewilderment. What are you talking about, Hayes? The grenade launcher exploded right before the shot. The girl was surprised for a moment, opening her brown eyes wide. She was even frightened by her own memories. But then the brunette still reminded Edric, but their heads were blown off right up to the neck. The guy froze. He suddenly came closer to her and touched his palm to her forehead as he spoke. "You'll fancy it?" Casey asked again. The man smiled as he said, "Luckily you don't have a fever." Casey thought, "Hallucination is the only explanation." Edric then began to stroke the girl's cheek as he spoke. "Please accept my apologies for putting you in danger." The blonde then began to knead the girl's lips as he spoke. "However, I'm afraid I'll have to say something more disappointing," he asked. "Why don't you stay in Linderka? You will be able to move around the forbidden part of the castle." The girl thought about his words and also looked away from the man, looking at the bright light from the window. The girl lowered her gaze and moved away from the blonde, asking, "Why did you suddenly suggest this?" He kept saying, "I own a weapons company. My enemies targeted you because you were in the restricted area." The girl clutched her dress and then nervously asked Edric opposite, "But there are other guests too. It's a little different with you, isn't it?" The man asked, observing the girl's confused reaction. "Young woman," she reasoned, remembering how they met in front of everyone in a certain restaurant, which has nothing to do with his partners or enemies, who spends time with him and catches his eye. This could be perceived as a special relationship. The girl thought and also crossed her arms over her chest, realizing the situation. Edric said, "I think you should stay in the castle for a while. Until you return to Korea, of course." Hayes was still worried and confused. She tried to object, but she knew it was all useless. Edric interrupted her and then asked her excitedly, "Can you handle these people alone?" Hayes replied, "No, I would appreciate your help." And I thought, I can't do anything against armed people. And then the blonde finally spoke. A wise decision. He handed her a mug of tea, and the girl happily accepted it. But then the girl immediately plunged into anxious thoughts, reasoning, "What should I say to all of us?" But suddenly, the man proposed. "How about some milk, Hayes?" The girl answered immediately, "I wouldn't refuse." He glanced at her with an indifferent, cold look from his blue eyes, and then asked, "How many?" But after a moment, he smiled mockingly, deciding to do everything his own way. He reached for her tea, but in fact, his hand fell closer to the girl's dress. He said, "You'll like it if there's more." For some reason, the girl blushed deeply, clutching her mug of tea tighter. Her hands began to tremble a little, barely noticeably. The girl screamed excitedly, "Yes, yes, more!" The man tightened his grip on the fragile jug of milk. "More, please," the girl asked, looking at the blonde's face. She rose slightly from the bed. The man poured more milk, and Hayes thought, "Because he talks so depravedly, I have dreams like this." Then the girl again looked up at the blonde with her confused brown eyes. She narrowed them slightly. "If I stay in the castle, how often will I see him dressed like this?" The girl reasoned, watching the blonde. The girl began to examine his body and also thought, "It's somehow not like him to expose your body like that." And then Hayes began to openly stare at him, not at all listening to all his conversations. She looked at his collarbones, but then the man suddenly stood up and looked at her reddened cheeks. "You probably feel cold often." Then the girl put the tea on the table and answered, "I, compared to others, am always a little cold." "Did I say anything strange in my sleep?" the girl suddenly asked. It was clear that she was embarrassed. The man smiled. The girl froze in place, not even daring to move. Her eyes went wide as she watched him. The girl screamed with all her might, trying to hide her own embarrassment. "Please forget about it. This will be a little difficult," the man answered, turning his gaze to the cooled milk tea on the tray. Edric approached the girl, narrowed his eyes and said, "You cried, said that you were cold." She was surprised. She grabbed onto me. The man repeated, hugging her neck. He held her closer to him, smiling softly. "Please don't leave." The blonde spoke and then wrapped his arms around her waist. The girl did not dare to resist his actions. The man chuckled again and then moved his lips to hers. The girl's cheeks turned even redder. The blonde wanted to say something else, but still decided to first kiss the brunette, who was at a loss. And then the girl began to tremble slightly in the man's arms. Hot tea spilled in drops onto the soft bed. Then the man decided to lightly bite the girl's lip, as he had already done in her dream. He also never stopped smiling. But then the brunette herself decided to deepen the kiss, and the man did not resist her at all. The man still did not let her go from his tight embrace, even when the girl was almost suffocating. But then he still let her go. The girl looked at him as if spellbound, and also narrowed her eyes. She exhaled heavily, because she still could not come to her senses. The girl's gaze was serious and stern. The blue-eyed man then decided to remind her of the dream. "You sucked my tongue and begged me to kiss you. I don't think I can forget about this," the blonde said, licking his lips as if remembering it. A cool night breeze blew into the room. The curtains began to move away from the windows, from which bright light poured. The girl opened her eyes, trying to collect her thoughts. She narrowed her brown eyes and parted her lips slightly. Then, after a few moments, Hayes tried to get out of bed, so she put on soft slippers. The first night spent in the castle passed in a blur. The brunette remembered, coming closer to the window. "I don't know if it was because of the chase, but I just passed out, and when I opened my eyes, it was already morning," she thought. Then the girl decided to look around her bedroom, but accidentally found a huge dressing room. The girl, eyes wide, studied the outfits and muttered, "For an old castle, the room looks well maintained." And then the brunette smiled awkwardly and blushed, saying to herself, "Probably because Edric cares so much." But then, because of the memories of Edric, the girl remembered their kiss on that dark night. She tried to push these memories away from herself, covered her ears with her hands, and also sat down on a small sofa. "What a horror!" the girl thought, trying to hide her flushed cheeks. She also furrowed her brows, realizing the situation. It wasn't a dream, the brunette thought, and then sighed heavily. She tried to hide her face again. "I clearly remember crying and clinging to him." The girl remembered their first kiss, how I cuddled up to him because I wanted warmth. I remember his soothing touches. The girl thought about their night. "What were you thinking?" The girl suddenly screamed, abruptly standing up from her chair. She was angry with herself for cheating. "No, we even kissed!" I have to ask what it meant. But will I be able to look him in the eye? She thought. But then a loud blow was heard from behind the girl. The girl almost jumped out of her seat. She immediately screamed loudly, "Sign in!" And a girl with a tray on wheels entered her luxurious bedroom. More precisely, she was an elderly and stern woman with collected gray hair. She was carrying a tray of gourmet dishes. Kazi watched in surprise as the stranger decided to introduce herself. "Glad to meet you. I'm Greta Marin." The woman bowed and then spoke. "I am the secretary of the Einburn family." The girl hurried to introduce herself. "I'm Hajien," the elderly woman said. "I brought you food myself today to greet you. You can also eat in the dining room," Greta insisted. "If you encounter any inconvenience, please let me know at any time." And then the elderly woman put a certain tablet with a snow-white cover on her table. Hayes was surprised. The elderly woman said, "If you need anything, you can simply make a request using this tablet. If you have any queries other than these, you can press the call button and you can be contacted directly." She spoke. "They can afford a special application," the girl thought, finally trying the soup. Even the appliances are luxurious. And then the girl finally decided to try the taste of the soup. She immediately began to smile. Even her cheeks turned red. "The food is very tasty," the brunette exclaimed, and Greta said in bewilderment, "Maybe I'm crossing the line, but I dare say that this is the first time guests are staying at the castle." "Thank you for coming," Greta insisted, and Hayes thanked her. "It is thanks to Mr. Edric's invitation that I am here." The elderly woman was very surprised and wanted to ask again. "Do you address him by name?" the woman asked in bewilderment, and the girl answered in confusion. "Yes." Suddenly, the brunette began to repeat, waving her arms. "Mr. Edric was so kind to me that I am grateful to him," the secretary answered. "I have served Einburn since childhood, but this is the first time I have heard such a compliment addressed to him. All you had to do was press one button, and the dishes were removed." The girl muttered, watching the view from the window. Mountains were visible all around. A lazy life where you barely have to lift a finger. "This is paradise," the brunette thought, looking at the wardrobe. She walked past various outfits, looked at them with interest, and thought, I can't believe that I can wear them all. How do they even know my size? There's even underwear, the girl thought, looking at some clothes. It all looks so expensive. She collected various images and was afraid to even think about its price. But her thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of the phone, which was lying on the nightstand very nearby. The girl switched her attention. Edric replied, Good morning, Hayes. I'm going to go to the hotel to pick up your things. He barely smiled. Will you take me there yourself? The girl asked, her mouth wide open in bewilderment. Edric asked, Are you against it? Then she answered, That's great, but I need to talk to the people at the lab. You'll have to wait a long time. Edric then added, It's not a problem, Hayes replied. I'm counting on you. They agreed to meet in the hall. But then the brunette thought in confusion, looking down at the floor. Did I give Edric my number? I don't remember. Then, a few moments later, the girl saw in front of her the huge snow-white hall of Edric's castle. Mr. Einborn himself, who was dressed in a strict classic suit, was already waiting in it. He barely smiled. Then, just a few moments later, the man looked down with his blue eyes, as if examining him. He looked at his companion Hayes, who was smiling sweetly. Edric said, You're wearing new clothes. They suit you very well. You look incredible, the man repeated, and the girl blushed more and more with every word, fiddling with her fingers. As soon as I came face to face with Edric, I realized that I was not mentally prepared. She thought about the kiss, but suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and realized that she had already blushed too much. She immediately opened her eyes. Hayes suddenly said to turn away from the man. Let's go quickly. But Mr. Einborn immediately caught up with her. The girl's hair immediately ruffled. It was lifted by the wind that came from the huge windows opposite. The blonde suddenly grabbed the girl by the elbow and pulled her towards him. Hayes was stunned and did not say what to say. And then the blonde leaned her closer to his face, almost breathing on her cheeks. She was very surprised. But then the man lowered her, gently running his fingers over her arms. Kaz did not dare to move. But after a moment, the man squeezed the girl's shoulder tighter, and her hair was already tied behind her back. Then the blonde decided to touch her cheeks, moving closer to the already familiar soft lips. He actually approached her a moment later, intending to kiss the girl again, just like that night. But now the brunette decided to pull away, covering her eyes, either from embarrassment or from shame in front of her groom. But then the girl felt the man put some interesting jewelry on her. She didn't even understand right away. Now a beautiful decoration was visible on the girl's neck. Hayes blushed as she looked at him closer. And then Mr. Einborn said, I thought it would look good on you. Well, shall we go? They again drove together in the same car, but along different streets, avoiding the previous route. The girl awkwardly looked out the window, waiting for the trip to finally end. The man was focused on the road. Then the brunette decided to give the blonde an awkward look with her brown eyes, barely blushing. But the man's gaze was serious and unshakable. It seemed as if nothing had happened to him at all. But then, someone's car drove past them, with a camera attached to the windshield. The man decided to ask a question. Are you nervous about kissing me? Keza was stunned by these words. The man does not take his gaze off her, studying the girl's face, her reaction and feelings in moments. And then he tilted his head slightly, about to say something. It seemed to the brunette that everything around her had frozen. I can't get this out of my head, can you? The blonde asked, looking at the girl. She also turned away from him. And then the girl finally decided to answer. I think about this too. Edric was satisfied with this reaction. He grinned. The blonde said mockingly, looking at Hayes. I dare say your fiancé won't like it. The brunette answered confusedly. Therefore, I will try to prevent this from happening again in the future, somehow. She was about to say something else, but suddenly fell silent, watching the snow-white building they approached. And then the girl carefully grabbed the belt, realizing that there was no more time to think. But she was stopped by the voice of a man who seemed to be calling to pay attention to him. Hayes was scared. And then the blonde asked, watching the girl, Are you planning on having an affair? His hair was tousled in the wind. The girl asked again in bewilderment, as if she didn't even believe her own ears. She opened her brown eyes wide. The man proposed to her again. The car didn't move anymore. The girl also froze, unable to move. "If you don't mind, then cheat on him with me," the blonde said, leaning closer to the girl, as if forcing her to kiss. And then the blonde reached out with his hand at the girl's feet, without taking his eyes off her face. The brunette opened her eyes wide. "If there is ambiguity between us, let's try kissing again," the man insisted, but the girl refused. But the man did not intend to give up, holding his hand. "Hayes, are you trying to retreat after you started everything?" The girl blushed deeply when the blonde suddenly raised her hand to his own lips and exclaimed, "Edric! Or maybe you're just afraid that your fiancé will find out," Mr. Einburn asked, kissing her fragile hand. The man guided her hand, brought it closer to his neck, and then said, "You're actually not even married, so there's nothing wrong with kissing." The blonde kept repeating while the girl touched his neck and made her way under his collar. The brunette could not even move. As if she were a weak-willed doll, she watched his movements. The girl saw Edris with a blurred gaze. It was impossible to understand what this man was thinking. She thought, "I felt that Eric was interested and curious about me, but not at the level of a kiss." Hayes thought, "The Earl of Einburn has no reason to be interested in a simple Asian woman." And then the girl decided to ask something. She opened her eyes wide and tried to free her hand while asking, "Do you need me for something?" "I don't know what's wrong, but I'd like to help if I can," the brunette said, not paying attention to her surprised face. "Sometimes you can be very perceptive," the blonde answered, gently releasing the brown-eyed girl's palm. "Let's talk about this later. I think you should go get your luggage first," the man said, opening the car door. And then the black door opened with darkened glass. The past situation taught them to be more careful. The blonde walked around the car and approached the girl, opening the door especially for her. He said, "I'll be waiting here for you." And then, the girl was already inside that snow-white building, and was also carrying a suitcase with things. "Yes, Professor, meet me in the hall," the girl said then, and now she was heading towards Einburn. Since it concerns a forbidden zone, he will gladly allow it because he will not be able to resist. Hayes calmed herself down. "Sung-hoon! Isn't this the Count?" Then, breaking the silence, the voice of a man sounded right on the stairs. "Indeed!" Another guy in a green jacket answered him. And then all four of them went to the stairs. Sung-hoon began to admire the Count, but the other girl pushed him away while speaking. "Come in quickly already," the guy said. "Wonnie, we can come closer and look and take pictures, right?" she answered. "Don't talk nonsense." But a stern brunette approached and asked displeasedly, "The caste system was abolished long ago. What are we, commoners?" The guy wanted to object to him, but was interrupted by the ringing sound of pink shoes approaching them. They were all delighted to see Jean, who greeted them kindly. She smiled softly and waved. A girl ran up to her, asking, "Where did you go yesterday?" "Why a suitcase?" Jin replied. "I was in the castle." And then the girl decided to confess. "In fact, Mr. Einburn invited me to stay at the castle. Could it be that the Count is standing in front of the hotel to wait for you?" asked one of their team members. "Are you serious now, Jiang?" the guy asked her, and the girl answered in confusion. "Yes." She couldn't tell the truth. "If you allow me, I would like to stay at the castle," the brunette said, watching the stern faces. "This would make it easier to collect data from the restricted area, which would benefit our laboratory," she insisted. And then the brown-eyed girl heard someone's insinuating voice, which enveloped her as if in a dark haze. The man asked, "So are you going to move into the castle alone? Can you stop being so selfish?" The brunette kept repeating, "You have a responsibility to get everyone into a restricted area, but you're trying to monopolize the information? Make him let us in too." The man spoke as if it were a threat. He towered over her, pressing with his strength. The girl could not move. She only watched her fiancé in horror, not expecting such behavior from him. "Why are you silent?" the man screamed, not even paying attention to the fact that someone had entered their room. "Do my words mean nothing to you?" the man asked, and then hit the girl in the face, causing her to fall. The girl only had time to look at the hard surface of the floor for a moment, and then squinted. Brown-eyed Kiza squeezed her eyes as hard as she could, trying to soften the pain of the fall. She thought, "I'm about to fall," but she was suddenly caught by a blue-eyed brunette, throwing a heavy black coat over her shoulders. She was surprised. "Isn't it funny?" the blonde suddenly asked, defending the innocent girl, who looked in surprise. "The more you do people a favor, the more arrogant they become," Mr. Einburn said, mocking the guy. "They demand more." The count said, and the old man asked again. The groom said, "Collaborative research would be the best option. Many groups from Korea came here," the blonde reminded, looking sternly at the brunette in front of him. "And if you don't let Miss Hajin go, I might cause you a little trouble," the count said, causing fear. "Or I can force the castle gates to be closed much earlier," the count repeated, watching the faces of Jean's colleagues. "What should I do?" "Is it okay if the gates close from tomorrow?" the blonde asked, looking away. And then, after some time, they found themselves in a huge castle. It was dark outside the window. The moon illuminated the roads. The girl sat on the bed and just continued to look at the phone screen, without even touching the suitcase. Then the brown-eyed girl's gaze dimmed, as if it had become lifeless. She frowned, discussing something. "Hajian, what are you doing? Are you thinking of leaving with this guy like that?" the voice of her fiancé asked from the phone. He asked, "How do you explain what happened? You didn't even support us. Are you crazy? Already forgotten your place? Don't you need information from the restricted area?" the girl asked. Her tension was visible throughout her body. Her hand shook, she repeated. "You don't want me to go there. If you say you're against it, I won't go. The professor doesn't like it. This destroys the work atmosphere." The groom interrupted and asked, "Jiyoung, are you doing this on purpose? I was hoping you would defend me to the professor," she said, understanding. Wusok needs data the most. He was ambitious. He wanted to write a good dissertation. And for this, he needed data from the secret zone. Then the girl said, "Help me. I also need to write a dissertation," Quan said tiredly. "I got it. Stop it." Then the brown-eyed girl was happy, understanding. "Victory!" But the groom suddenly said, "I have a question for you," he asked again. "Did you hear me? I'm asking if you slept with the count." The girl looked down. This creep seems to be interested in you now, but he listened to common sense. The man insisted. "He plays with an Asian girl because of yellow fever. He will lose interest, and it will be over," he reminded. "I'll marry you. If you are going to use the body, use it correctly." These words made her eyes water. "I hope you understand. Be a good woman and do your best for me." The girl threw the phone on the bed. And then the girl lay down on the bed, as if trying to hide from this conversation. There is no more strength left. The girl then squeezed the piece of cloth and muttered, "I know." The room was swallowed up in a suffocating silence. "I know all this too," the girl repeated to herself again, closing her eyes. She covered her face with her hand, hoping to sleep. Then, the next day, a certain person told the girl, "I'll take you to the exit." The brunette thanked. "What if I suddenly run into Edric during an examination?" The girl suddenly became thoughtful as she followed the worker. "But I'm not sure that I can behave as if nothing had happened." She looked down and pursed her lips. "Stop thinking about Edric." She pulled herself together, remembering. "I need to inspect the assigned area." Then the brunette turned around, eyes wide, thinking, "Should we leave the restricted area through the garden?" But then, a rose petal suddenly fell on her face. She was even more surprised, but thought, "It was obvious then." Other rose petals fell on the girl's head. She just looked at them in bewilderment, narrowing her eyes. She looked away with her eyes, and then thought, "Rose petals?" It looked quite unusual. A certain man was tearing petals off a rose and then throwing them onto a girl. She could only see his hand, but then she saw the whole man. Elric stood with a cigarette in his mouth, tearing the petals off the rose one by one. The man then smiled and leaned on the railing as he told the girl, "Good morning." He narrowed his eyes slightly. The girl looked at the blonde in surprise, opening her brown eyes wide. She was amazed at his behavior, but then the girl, stuttering, decided to answer. "Hello!" She put her hand to her mouth and also stepped back. The blonde said playfully, "If you are not busy, I would like to invite you to my office. There's something you'll like." And then the girl looked after the departing worker, who was supposed to take her into the restricted area. "Later," the girl said, but the blonde wanted details. She answered, "I can't say for sure. As far as I can see, you have relaxed, the blonde said, observing her frightened reaction on her face. She was surprised. Who knows, maybe tomorrow the gates may close, the blonde said, barely smiling. The girl froze, and then she spoke. How mean! She turned her gaze to the high and bright sky above them. But then, just moments later, there was a table with cutouts and huge stacks of books in front of her. This is my office, the blonde said, leading the girl into the room. There were 2 floors, and the stairs twisted. There's a whole sea of books here, the girl thought, awkwardly clutching her bag. The man was in a hurry to show all the copies. With such a scale, this is not an office, but a library. I saw this painting in the gallery. Did he take a copy? She thought. These are all originals, the blonde suddenly said, turning to the girl. She begged, her mouth wide open. Only you know about this. They were not obtained in a clean way. Kazi wanted to ask again, but she was interrupted. Look around. The girl thought about it. But if all the paintings here are real, then the value of the collection in this office is astronomical. But then she walked closer to the shelves of books, looking at them. She really was interested in studying them, but time flew by unnoticed. Very soon it was deep night, and the girl seemed to be indifferent. Then the girl said, humidity and temperature are maintained constantly. What if a lover of old books came here? But she never received an answer, so she suddenly asked, Faust? She touched one of the books. She looked at the book, which was printed with just such a title, which made it stand out from the others. The brown-eyed girl froze, as if spellbound. She could not take her eyes off the interesting find. All the other books seemed to be lost in an instant. She was only worried about one book with a distinctive title. And then she remembered those 2 links again. Edric is a real sorcerer, or the story of the Einburn family and the devil. And then the girl turned again to the blonde, who had already closed his eyes, as if he was completely dozing. She asked, I want to ask about the ruins of a castle that I once saw. Can you tell me about this? And then the man's gaze immediately changed, becoming more fearful and perplexed. His pupils shrank. Then the man chuckled, barely looking down. He closed his blue eyes, frowning. After a few moments, the girl looked at Edric with a surprised look, thinking, probably he won't be able to. But then the brunette turned back to the blonde, speaking. Then please answer just one question for me. She began to speak hesitantly. Are there ghosts in the castle? The girl looked scared, clutching the book tighter. The brunette looked at the blonde seriously, frowning. The man was perplexed, barely opening his mouth. The girl continued to look sternly at the man in front of her. But it was clear that she felt awkward. But then, after a few moments, the man could not stand the silence and laughed loudly, hiding his smile. He continued to laugh loudly, like a child, and then asked, Are you serious? He narrowed his blue eyes. The girl was embarrassed by this, opening her brown eyes wide. A pink blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl hid her embarrassment as she spoke. This seriously worries me, and I thought, this is the first time I've seen him smile like that. And then the man finally stopped laughing. All that was left was a kind smile on his face. He said, It's clear. But then the blonde patted the spot next to him. He was sitting on a large blue sofa in the center of the room. The blonde looked away, relaxing his face. He said in a calm tone, I suggest you take a short break, the blonde said. I want to answer your question, but I'm embarrassed to talk alone. Let's ask questions one by one, the man said. You don't have to answer unpleasant questions, Hayes asked. Does this apply to you too, Edric? Edric kept saying, I intend to answer honestly, so I hope that you will be honest with me. The girl agreed. The man then extended his hand, beginning to speak first. Let's talk about what you witnessed. The blonde barely leaned over, frowning as he spoke. What happened then can only be seen by special people. Then the brunette hurried to ask, What does it mean? But the blonde interrupted her, saying, Now it's my turn. He barely touched the girl's cheek and then asked, Why did you get engaged? The brunette opened her eyes wide. Because I needed money, the brunette said, looking at the blonde's hand. She looked down. But not now, right? The blue-eyed man asked, running his hand over the girl's lips. She asked again, Not now? He suddenly approached her and, narrowing his eyes, spoke. You can receive €1,000,000 at any time. The girl opened her brown eyes wide in response and was also very embarrassed. A bright blush appeared on her face. And then the brunette interrupted the blonde by speaking loudly. What is your relationship to Faust? Now it's my turn. She turned her gaze to the books that were located in the closet as she spoke. Everything on the bookcase is dedicated to Faust. Johann Georg Faust was the illegitimate son of the Einborn family, the man said suddenly. The girl was surprised. Then he asked, Have you read Goethe's Faust? The girl answered thoughtfully. Yes, Edric kept saying. That's pretty much how it was. She understood. The devil who came to Faust wanted to allow him to experience all the pleasures. Therefore, he enters into an agreement. Jen thought. God saved him from hell, Edric kept saying. Einborn unsuccessfully tries to terminate the contract. The blonde spoke. Some people want this agreement to last forever, because he benefits from the contract. Edric then added, Of course, there are those who, alas, were chosen by him. But one way or another, this will end soon. Edris suddenly frowned as he said, Because if one of the parties to the contract disappears, it will become invalid. The man said, I will die at the age of 35. The girl opened her brown eyes in fear, sighing heavily. 2 years left. With my death, both the family and the deal will perish. He said, and Jean asked, Why must you die? The girl thought about it. Will he die in the same horrific way? How can he speak so calmly? She replayed the terrible thoughts in her head again and again, but opened her eyes when Edric began to call her. And then the blonde leaned closer to her, as if he was about to say something. The girl touched his shoulder. But, having thought better of it, the girl said awkwardly, I am unconsciously. The man barely smiled in response, narrowing his eyes. Then the girl with brown eyes looked down at the floor, saying barely audible, Sorry, she never removed her hand. But then the man himself approached her, and the girl finally decided to raise her surprised eyes at him. The man studied her face indifferently. The girl looked at him with wide-open, sparkling eyes. Edric squeezed her hand tighter, and then asked thoughtfully, Why are you looking at me with those eyes? The blonde pressed her palm closer to his lips and then said, It's like you feel sorry for me. He barely frowned. The girl's eyes were truly filled with pity and sympathy. She barely blushed as she watched him. The girl froze in place, thinking, Who feels sorry for whom? I'm not in a position to feel sorry for him right now. But in fact, deep down in her soul, the brown-eyed girl understood perfectly well. I felt sorry for him. He spoke without fear of his death. Death hung over him like a shadow. He has already resigned himself, she thought. All this time, the girl did not stop watching his actions, her eyes wide open. She thought. The most important, the girl said decisively. I know my words will sound presumptuous, but I want to help you if possible. Then she kept repeating, Whatever it is. The man grinned in response, barely narrowing his blue eyes. I don't want him to disappear, the girl was thinking, and the man suddenly squeezed her hand even tighter, dragging her somewhere. The blonde pinned her against the bookcase, holding her tightly by her wrists. The girl was very surprised, looking at him. Then console me, Hayes, the man said, and then tried to kiss the girl as he moved closer to her. The blonde then kissed the brunette, and she immediately blushed, not even resisting his actions. The man held her tightly near the closet. He kissed her, and the girl pulled even closer, barely blushing. Then the man barely frowned, and also closed his blue eyes. The girl followed his example. But then, after a few moments, the blonde pulled away from her. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at him. Then the blue-eyed blonde smiled barely, and also touched his lip with a light movement. Then the man said thoughtfully, slowly, You know, your heart is beating so fast. He barely blushed. The girl spoke. Wait, not so fast. And she continued in a trembling voice. I was only counting on a kiss. The blonde whispered in her ear. This will not be enough for me to receive comfort. Hayes, help me. And then the girl turned her gaze to the table, which was already illuminated by the night glow of the moon. There were papers on the table. Then, after some time, the man helped the girl get dressed. He buttoned her shirt with careful movements. It was a pleasant consolation, Hayes. The man spoke and his voice echoed throughout the room. The girl found herself in a room with a luxurious interior. On the wall hung a portrait of a noble lady and various decorations. The girl blushed deeply, but tried to hide her embarrassment in the pillow, clutching the sheet tightly. She remembered again and again their kisses and conversations that day. She remembered how she blushed at his actions. The girl squeezed the pillow even tighter, hugging it, and then said loudly, "Why do I keep remembering this? I admit that he is dangerously attractive. No one can resist Edric." She reasoned, imagining him. She thought about it. But you can't be sure of anything. What is Edric thinking about? The girl remembered his sly smile. The brunette imagined him holding out his hand to her, lost in thought. I believed that I was quickly approaching the solution, but I feel like I'm getting more and more lost, heading towards the center of the maze, Jean thought. The girl remembered what he said. Therefore, if one of the parties to the contract disappears, it will become invalid. I kept my distance from Edric. She did not refuse meetings, but behaved professionally. She remembered. Now she always acted as if they did not know each other. She didn't even glance at the blonde. Always be polite, she reasoned. The man watched her actions in surprise, sometimes frowning. Don't react violently, except when I ate something delicious or saw a piece of art, she thought. The girl was thinking. I thought about him constantly, and today is no exception. Suddenly her cheek was touched, but the brunette immediately stepped back, not allowing herself to be touched. She looked down, and the blonde froze. Then the blue-eyed man also lowered his gaze. There was no longer a trace of the former joy left on his face. The man again tried to touch her shoulder, removing fallen leaves from them. The girl turned around in surprise. I was a little scared, sorry, the brunette said, turning her gaze to the yellowed foliage of the trees. The blonde furrowed his brows and then narrowed his blue eyes as he said, You seem uncomfortable with me. The girl began to speak thoughtfully, denying his guesses. No, that's not the point. She walked away from him. The blonde then smiled sadly, looking down. He finally spoke. It seemed to me that we had become a little closer. Was I wrong? The blonde asked, watching the confused face of the brown-eyed girl. She glanced at him. If I want to keep my distance, now is the best time, the brunette thought, almost stopping breathing. She was thinking, because the more we communicated, the longer this ambiguous relationship would last. And then the girl hastened to turn away from the blonde, again lowering the bashful gaze of her brown eyes. And then the man nodded, and also smiled brightly, narrowing his blue eyes. He said, I'll be more careful in the future. Then the blonde man turned away from Ji-yeon. Now they stood with their backs to each other, no longer looking for meetings. The girl remembered again. Even if we saw each other in the castle, we simply greeted each other politely. Eventually, his interest in me wanes. The girl thought, looking after the blonde, who hurried away. If I had just accepted it, what would have happened then? The girl thought, imagining how he would kiss her again. It is foolish to cling to vague feelings. Besides, he will be gone in 2 years. I hate this, she thought. Before the girl had time to look back, November came. She came to her hospitable friends from the group. The brunette waved at them, smiling brightly. Her hair fell softly over her shoulders, barely rising due to the wind. Ji-yeon's friend said, Even your clothes look great, she thought. Moran prepares her clothes. And then, after some time, they began to eat. The girl, of course, ordered herself burgers. They chatted pleasantly at the table, exchanging the latest news. They were all sitting at a table in a cafe, but suddenly, Ji-yeon's friend asked, What was the Count doing all these days? He is absolutely nowhere to be seen. The girl immediately began to look depressed, but answered, I heard that he went on a business trip, a friend said. It's a miracle he was still in the castle. He's a very busy man. The brown-eyed girl's gaze dimmed again as she thought. They said he was returning today. I miss. His image constantly pops up in my head. The smell of a cigarette, open laughter like a teenager, she thought, warm hugs that made me melt. The girl remembered. And then she opened her eyes wide, surprised. A couple of meters from the brunette stood Edric Einborn, and next to him Marin, who bowed to him. Looks like he's back from his trip, one of the group members said as they saw the blonde boy up ahead. Let me just say hello to him, please, Jean, Call the count, the guys kept saying. Edric looked, and then she and the brunette met their eyes. The girl opened her big, pretty eyes wide. The girl thought about it. Our gazes crossed. But then the blonde simply turned around and walked away from the researchers. The guy with glasses said confusedly, looking after the blonde. He just took it and left. He opened his eyes wide. You won't be able to get close to him forever, the guy said, but his friend interrupted. Shut up, he answered. It's good for you to talk. Even to say that everything is over with him would be ridiculous, the girl reasoned. Looking at the sky again, she began to wash her clothes with her hands, thinking again. Because there was no relationship from the very beginning. There you are, a certain guy said, coming closer to the group of guys. It was Woo-Seok whom someone called. The man said, Are you having lunch together? And they didn't even invite me. I'm disappointed. He was getting closer and closer to them. He sat down next to him and said, Long time no see, Jean. Do you like life in a castle? She thought. We see each other often. The girl answered indifferently. I just live there, nothing special. The man loomed over her like a heavy shadow. And then Woo-Seok smiled nastily, asking the brunette again, Is it true? His hair fell into his eyes. And then, a few moments later, the brunette grabbed her shoulder, moving closer to her. He also smiled. The man whispered barely audibly in her ear, Tell me if you ever need money. She looked away. The rain is pouring nonstop. The brunette was thinking, already in the castle. She also managed to change clothes. But then, just a few moments later, the girl saw an incoming call from her father on her phone screen. The girl put her hand to her forehead, sighing heavily. She picked up the phone, from which screams were immediately heard. She thought about it, remembering. Then a quick, high-pitched voice came from the receiver. The man was clearly angry. Gradually, the voice became softer, and in the end, it even became ingratiating. The girl reasoned as she listened to the voice. Father kept saying, What I'm saying is that if you can suck up a little. But the girl asked, What can I do? She reminded. You left your mom to start your own business. He arranged it all himself. Ask your stepmother for help, she said. You provide for me, but you just said there is no money left. I will ask for money directly. Dad decided to call her again, which is why the phone began to vibrate, displaying a call on the screen. But the girl decided to ignore the call, covering her ears with a blanket. Her hands were shaking, but Jiyeon tried to calm down. She thought about it. What if I get a job? If I come back now, I still won't have enough money to pay my hospital bills. I can't borrow money because there is no guarantee that I can pay it back, the brunette reasoned. And begging for money from Kwon Woo-Seok is worse than death, the girl reasoned, remembering the brunette's face. But then, the brown-eyed girl suddenly remembered that sentence. She was thinking about 1 million euros. But then the girl rose slightly from the bed, speaking barely audibly. It's not bad enough to agree with. But then the girl remembered the blonde man's face, whose eyes sparkled. And I thought, will he help? I have no conscience. The girl, nevertheless, decided to call Marin. She immediately accepted the call, and then introduced herself. Jen froze. Marin asked herself, Why don't you pay him a night visit? Jen thought. Can I come like this? The blonde turned away from Jiyeon as he said, I think I asked you not to bother me. Well, I hope you don't talk nonsense. And then the blonde finally decided to turn his gaze to the brunette behind him, asking, How much longer are you going to wait? Hayes? Why did you come? The surprised man asked, and then added, This is confidential information. The girl said confused, Then I'll come back later. The blonde nodded, answering, Not worth it. Just sit down for a while. But instead, you should close your eyes. The blonde said, blue eyes frowning. He began to take off his tie. Then the man smiled deeply, as if trying to persuade the girl. He said, Don't worry, everything will be fine. The girl understood. There is no other way out. And so she agreed. The man brought a tie to her face. The girl blushed deeply when the man had already wrapped the tie around her eyes. She thought about it. It's ticklish. Then the man moved even closer to her, whispering in her ear. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for a long time. She blushed. And then Jiyeon said, About this, just me. Please help me. Edric's gaze sparkled in an instant. And then the blonde put his hand on her shoulder, squeezing it tighter. It seemed as if everything around was starting to get dark. But then the blonde asked in surprise, "Why did you come to me for help and not to your fiancé?" The man leaned towards the girl's ear and whispered barely audibly, "Are you really planning to have an affair?" The fact that I didn't see anything gave me courage. The girl understood, saying, "I'm afraid." Edric asked, "Me?" The girl lowered her head and then said, "No, just everything. I don't know what's on your mind, Edric." And then the blonde finally began to repeat, without taking his eyes off the confused brunette, "Right now. I think about how much I want to kiss you." He kept his gaze fixed on the girl in front of him. Then the man took the girl by the chin, holding her tightly, and also approached her for a kiss. The man sat down on the bed, pressing the girl closer to him. She didn't even dare to budge. The blonde then stroked the girl's cheek and also opened his eyes, watching her actions with blue eyes. Afterwards, the blue-eyed man hugged the girl's back and also tilted her closer to the soft surface of the bed. The blonde gently laid the girl down on the blue sofa. She blushed deeply and also hugged the blonde's back. "How much do you need?" Edric asked, covering the girl's neck with kisses. She answered, 50,000 euros. "Now that I know the amount, I will transfer you enough money," the blonde said, looking at the lips of the embarrassed girl, "so that you never have to repeat these pathetic words again." The man said. The girl was surprised. She said, "Thank you. This is the first time someone has helped like this. I will definitely repay the debt upon arrival in Korea." The man wanted to ask again, but Jean interrupted. "I'll pay interest, but it may take a little time." The man stroked her cheek as he spoke. "No need to return money. I'm just giving them to you." She wanted to object. "Do you need anything else?" Edric asked, and Jean answered, "No, you are already generous to me." And then the man smiled as he said, "I may sound like a jerk when I say this, but it's hard to wait." He barely narrowed his blue eyes and also frowned as he asked the girl, "Can't you be mine?" The blonde kept repeating, "I want to possess you. Don't avoid me, and don't go to Korea." "Am I asking too much?" The girl turned towards the window, telling the man, "I have to go back to Korea because my mom is in the hospital." Then the man finally decided to answer, grinning, "But while I'm here, I must warn you in advance, Hayes." A girl woke up in an unfamiliar bedroom. She thought, "An unfamiliar bedroom, but such a familiar smell. Has Edric already left for work?" The girl whispered, and then thought about it. He must have looked pretty busy. It must have been raining all night, the girl thought, looking out the window. She opened her eyes wide, watching, but then the girl suddenly turned around, hearing someone's unintelligible voice. She was very surprised. The man came closer to the girl, talking on the phone. He spoke German. "I'm listening." He came closer to the girl, smiled, and then said to his interlocutor, "I just got distracted by something beautiful. Continue." He then stroked the girl's cheek with the back of his hand. The brunette barely blushed, lost in thought. "Hands are cool." Edric stroked the girl's hair as he spoke. "Valentin, not bad. I just have something that can be used." "What about Korea?" Valentin asked, and Edric immediately remembered the brunette's friends. They annoyed him. That day, a man with glasses put his hand on the girl's shoulder. She tried to move away, but it didn't work. Then the man remembered that moment again and again. Her friend put his hand on her shoulder, holding her tightly. Edric suddenly hugged the girl, holding her close, smiling. He spoke. "You ask what will I do? Now she's mine," the blonde said to Valentin. At that moment, it seemed as if his eyes sparkled brightly. Then the girl suddenly looked around. She lay in bed with Edric and thought, "His bedroom. His clothes are for me. His castle. Even the food that nourishes my body was all given to me by Edric," she thought. "I didn't notice when everything around me began to come from him," she thought, and Edric asked, "How do you feel?" The man put his hand on her shoulder and then said, "Don't be so serious. No matter what, you will return to Korea, and I will disappear in 2 years. So until then, stay with me, Hayes," the man said, narrowing his blue eyes. The girl agreed, but then thought about it. How great it would be if I were someone who could help him. Earlier, you said that I was special. Is this related to the contract? The girl asked, her eyes wide open. I still do not intend to terminate the contract. As I said, if I die, the contract ends, the blonde said. A room filled with traces of those who fought for survival. Unlike them, Edric did not value anything in this world. Not fame, not great wealth, not the magnificent castle of Linderk. He could leave without regrets. Including me, the girl said. You are not striving for anything, so you don't care. The man frowned as he listened to her. He said, perhaps I will still regret it, after all. But the girl interrupted him, asking, what did you say? And then the man kissed her, not wanting to repeat those words again. The girl immediately blushed, holding on to him. Stay calm, Hajian. The girl calmed herself while she looked at her phone in fear. Then the girl looked at the notification on her phone again. 1 billion was credited to her account. My hands began to tremble. I checked the amount you transferred to my account. It looks like there was an error, Jean said as she called Edric. Edric said, I sent the amount that I considered reasonable. I even consider it insufficient. Jeanne was stunned. The blonde said, holding a cigarette. During your stay in Germany, show me a little more affection, Jean said. There's no reason to stay engaged. I'll sort it out. We need to clarify our relationship with Edric. Having made the most important decision in her life, to break off the engagement, she began to rehearse what she would say to him, and also play out possible options for the development of the situation. The girl recalled how she rehearsed in front of the mirror. But an accident happened. Sung-hoon Sunbae said he returned to Korea. Ji-yeon's friend screamed. She thought, it seems like something serious happened at his house. My father's business also suddenly went downhill. The guy stumbled in the castle and broke his arm. The next day, he left for Korea. She thought, they say that trouble does not come alone. This is what happened to Chu Sung-hoon. The girl reasoned, looking at the paintings. She wrote something down in a notebook after thinking. Sung-hoon's sight will need to be carefully examined to support it. But suddenly, the brown-eyed girl began to look for something in her bag. And then thought, I forgot my phone in my room. We need to return to the restricted area, Jean thought. And while she was being led, she decided, it's awkward to ask for help every time. She smiled, thinking, I stayed at the castle, and the attitude of the servants changed. It's nice to be treated well, the servant said, pointing her hand down. I think it's worth waiting a little before going. Jenny opened her eyes wide. And then the brown-eyed girl saw a familiar face below, surrounded by others. She barely whispered, Edric? After a moment, the blue-eyed blonde looked up, studying the situation. His indifference was visible. And then, the man loudly addressed the girl. Hayes? The brunette was very surprised. She even recoiled. The blonde looked at Ji-yeon contentedly, barely smiling. People around looked at her with contempt and bewilderment. Then the man barely waved his hand, as if calling her to him. The people around did not take their eyes off Ji-yeon. Hayes? God, Hejin would be more appropriate, the man with red hair said while rubbing his chin. Valentine, said the blue-eyed blonde, pulling the man back, who was about to say something else. Sorry for taking you by surprise, the blue-eyed blonde said, leaning closer to the girl. And then the man extended his hand to the girl. The brown-eyed brunette incredulously placed her hand in his palm. The man kissed her hand, and Ji-yeon reasoned in fear. Edric touched me in front of other people. Edric said, I want to talk a little. Can you wait for me in the garden? I'll be there soon. The people around were shocked. The girl looked at the man in front of her in fear, her eyes wide. After a couple of moments, she agreed. After a while, the girl found herself near the fountain in the garden. She thought about it. Why did he call me Hayes in such a place? I was sure that Edric separates his public and private life. He usually called me by name, she thought. But now he acted as if he wanted to show that we had a special relationship. The girl thought, lowering her gaze. She started fiddling with her fingers, and then thought again. Since it's Edric, there must be a reason, right? But then, suddenly, a certain person hugged her from behind. It was Valentine, who smiled disgustingly, looking at her. The man abruptly began to kiss her neck, pressing her closer to him. Ji-yeon screamed in fear. I need to go. The girl tried to pull away, frowning. She thought about it. Why do I feel so bad? Valentine did not back down. The girl finally managed to push him away, and he kept repeating in German, Hello, you should be called a bunny. They say you were the most successful the other day in trying to get his seed, Valentine said, and Gina was stunned. The man asked playfully, How much does Rugen pay you? Are you here to get sperm and sell it? If you're pregnant, you'll get more. Rugen is afraid that Einborn will disappear. He insisted. Then she understood the situation. If he dies, his family line will end. So Rugen does not shun the means for this, the girl reasoned. To achieve success in the remaining 2 years, he is even willing to spend 1 million euros, the brunette reasoned. Then Valentine leaned in, asking, Did you know that if you accidentally get pregnant, Einborn will kill you? Edric will not forgive in such a situation. He despises actions that go beyond what is permitted, she reasoned. Gian answered hesitantly, Thanks for the advice, but it won't happen. I'll ask you not to be rude anymore. He chuckled. But then the man suddenly grabbed her by the hair as he spoke. So that's it. This won't happen? Well, impudence. But then the girl screamed, closing her brown eyes. Hurt! Let go! Someone! Help! She frowned. But then drops of blood appeared in front of her. The girl screamed loudly, turning her gaze to Edric with a pistol. And then the girl screamed, trying to escape from the tenacious hands. Hurt! Let go! Someone! Help! But then, right in front of the girl's face, a whole puddle of blood appeared and splashed on her. Hayes was scared. It was Edric who shot the girl's offender. Blood spilled again onto the marble floor. The man clutched his shoulder tightly and shouted in German, How dare you shoot me? Nuts! And then the blonde answered, I warned you not to touch her. Why don't you go to the hospital? Edric continued to repeat, Or do you want me to shoot your tongue too? The enemy was stunned and frowned. The man with red hair continued to repeat and shower the blonde with various insults, but he was indifferent. Another man appeared behind Edric's enemy, looking at him with concern. Gian finally broke free. The girl opened her eyes wide, and also looked in fear after the wounded man who was taken away. The brunette then looked up in fear at the blonde next to her. Her whole body trembled from the fear she experienced. He was wounded right before my eyes, the girl thought, and then looked back at the puddle of blood that he left. But then, after a moment, Edric leaned towards the girl and spoke softly. The shot must have frightened you greatly. The man carefully touched the girl's trembling hands, took them in his palms, and then asked, Are you okay? Then the girl lowered her hazy brown eyes down and answered in confusion. Yes, yes, she frowned. Then the blonde frowned and said, Sorry. I shot instinctively because I was afraid you would get hurt. The girl almost blushed at these words, thinking about it. He shot from behind me, Hayes said. I'm fine. The man narrowed his eyes slightly and then asked again, as if not believing. Is it true? The girl answered. Is it true? Jian turned her gaze to the fountain, which was located nearby. She suddenly asked, What did you want to talk about? And then Edric exhaled heavily and reached out with his hand to the inner pocket of his jacket. He closed his blue eyes. The man handed the girl a small box containing a sparkling piece of jewelry. He said, I have a gift. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and opened her mouth wide as she spoke. Looks very expensive. She was stunned. Don't you like it? The man suddenly asked, feeling confused. The girl shook her head and said, Number. If you don't like it, there's nothing you can do about it, the man said as he was about to throw the jewel into the fountain. And then the girl snatched the gift, pressing it to her chest. She said, I like. I'll put it on right now. Then the man said, Come here. He decided to put a bracelet with precious stones on her hand himself. The girl thanked the man, but she had a completely logical question, looking at the bracelet. How to remove it? Edric replied, You need to use a special tool. If you want to take it off, come to me. The girl looked at the blonde man in front of her in surprise, opening her eyes wide. She didn't know what to answer. And then the brunette finally spoke. Certainly. She began to barely touch the bracelet, thinking, He doesn't bother me. But the girl's gaze kept darting from side to side, and so she thought. No reason to take off the bracelet, but still. The blonde then said, narrowing his eyes, Halloween is coming soon. The girl was surprised when she answered. I didn't even know. There's a festival in the village tomorrow night. Do you want to go? He asked. And the girl had already begun to imagine the holiday. Heza thought, I've never celebrated Halloween in Korea, but there will be a lot of interesting things here. Should I invite him? But the blonde interrupted her, as if he understood what she wanted to offer. Unfortunately, I'm busy, so I couldn't go. But then the blue-eyed man smiled, narrowing his eyes slightly. His hair fell over his face. Then the man said, But even if you are so sure, you will have a good time anyway. Then night came. The girl received a message from Yugen Uni, who was already waiting for her at the holiday. She asked her to come quickly. Jian reasoned, It's good that Yugen Uni is free. When I get there, I need to buy Halloween accessories. Then the brunette got into the car and thought, I haven't gone anywhere for a long time. Since I arrived at the castle, she looked at the castle from afar, lost in thought. The castle is so big that I didn't even notice how stuffy it was there. She then opened her eyes wide and also thought, Have I really lived in such a place all this time? They were driving along a deserted road where there was no one but them. It was already evening. The mountainous area was illuminated by lanterns. The black car was driving further and further away from Linderk Castle, with each passing second, at great speed, as if it was running from something. But then the car suddenly stopped. This happened completely unexpectedly. The girl was surprised by the loud sound. But then the brunette turned her gaze to the extinguished lanterns that had previously illuminated the night road of the city. The brown-eyed girl asked in confusion, Why did we stop? And I thought, Why are the streetlights turned off? The brunette could barely squeeze it out. Did something happen? It seemed as if everything around was immediately plunged into darkness. The girl looked in horror at the car's windshield mirror, noticing only the driver's snow-white hair there. And then the girl became even more frightened, opening her eyes wide. It seemed as if my heart had skipped a beat. But there is no more time left. She began to grab her belt, trying to escape from the car, thinking, Something's wrong. Then the girl opened her brown eyes even wider, as if she realized that she was completely doomed. Her hair was disheveled, and then the girl began to scream and resist, clinging to life with all her strength. No, let go. The brunette tried to escape from the tenacious hands of the kidnappers, tried to open the car door to escape. But suddenly, the girl opened her brown eyes wide, and then froze in place, unable to move. The girl's gaze began to blur. She frowned, trying to overcome herself, but it didn't work. And then, just a few moments later, the girl fell to the floor of the car, and an empty syringe lay nearby. At the same time, a certain man, for fun, collected weapons and fired from them. He seemed to like it, the blonde said while sitting on the chair. Not bad. He took aim with his new weapon again, smiling happily. But then, the man suddenly noticed a new message that came to him on a special tablet. She started to move. Head east towards Berghan. Marin wrote to him, following the movements of Jian's car. He finally made his move. Edric said, smiling affectionately, as if he was glad that Jenna had been kidnapped. Valentin is cowardly and slow to act. I was afraid I would have to act differently, he thought as he revealed the information. But fortunately, everything is going according to plan, said the blue-eyed man, still smiling. He sat down on the chair again. A voice came from the receiver of an old landline telephone. The blonde listened carefully. The blonde said, Marin, I'm about to leave. They answered him. An ambulance and a lawyer are waiting at the ready. He gave further instructions, and then the man hung up. He slightly narrowed his blue eyes and furrowed his snow-white eyebrows. But the man also smiled nastily, like a vulture about to pounce on its prey. He saw something. Valentin, whom he had just remembered, called him. This couldn't help but make the man smirk. That man was currently in his club, where people were dancing, drinking, celebrating Halloween in all ways. Valentin smiled disgustingly when the blonde finally decided to answer the phone. He felt like a winner. Edric asked worriedly, Does the wound on your arm bother you anymore? I had to shoot again. And I thought, I'll shoot you in the leg. But then Valentin finally decided to say something. I'm with Hayes now. Edric began to collect cartridges, listening to his voice. Valentin said, We're going to play some games. Would you like to join us? Edric thought. There will be a lot of blood. I'll wear gloves, the blonde asked immediately. What do you want? Valentin smiled again as he spoke. It's amazing how you sang. And then the guy seemed to freeze, already feeling the sweet moment of victory. That's what this was all about. And then the guy said, Heart of Einburn. Let's see what it is together, Count. The blonde was surprised. This weapon, secretly developed by Einburn, is similar in power to nuclear weapons. It's too dangerous, he thought. Of course, these are just rumors. The blonde also thought, looking contentedly at the phone screen. He smiled, and then the man tiredly closed his blue eyes, frowning his snow-white eyebrows. He exhaled heavily. It doesn't exist, the blonde said, looking at the interior of the room. The guy answered, Bring it to me quickly, and drawings. Otherwise, I'll let this bitch go around in circles, Valentin said. And then the blonde reached out with his hand to a sharp knife. Valentin is surrounded by my people. They immediately report his every move. The blonde thought, imagining surveillance. They are ordered to cut off Valentin's head if necessary. The situation is under control. But my soul is disgusting, he reasoned. And then Valentin continued. You better not get on my nerves. It's all up to you. Come to Berghain. And then the blonde man put his black-gloved hand to his forehead and also grabbed the loaded pistol. He smiled mockingly and then combed his hair as he spoke. I have to be there quickly before his head falls off. A few moments later, a certain snow-white car was already driving along the night roads at full speed. Then the blue-eyed man pressed the gas at full speed, wanting to be in that place as soon as possible. The man is also holding tightly to some part of the chair. He drove away at a speed of 140 kilometers per hour. His face expressed nothing but absolute coldness and indifference. He just frowned a little. Those who need Einburn weapons, those who want the curse to continue, the blood to flow. Among all these people, the ones who are most annoying are those who are eager to get my genes. They are drawn to him, he thought. But I was wrong about Casey. The blonde thought, and then a small grin appeared on his face. He straightened his collar. He remembered how confused he was when the girl spoke shyly. That is, that I need your sperm. It's not true. Then the guy suddenly grabbed the edge of the sofa, and a certain drop began to flow onto his hand. Everything around began to shake. Then the girl began to shake. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and she tried to hide them from the blonde. That day, the guy looked at her relaxedly from half-closed eyelashes. The girl was reflected in his eyes. For the first time in my life, something stirred in my soul, and I was going to figure it out. How did she get into the restricted area? He thought. Did the castle itself choose her? Did she see this? The man reasoned, remembering her bright brown eyes. However, no matter who she is, it will not change the chosen path. Then I tried to let her go. The blonde remembered, but she missed this chance. The blue-eyed man recalled. That evening, he really hoped that everything would end. Instead of running away, she took a step closer. She asked him, Can you teach me? That day, she behaved extremely shyly, constantly turning away and avoiding his gaze. But then the blonde suddenly came closer to her and also placed his hand on the top of her head, stroking it gently. The man ran his finger over the girl's lips and outlined her cheekbones. Jian didn't even resist. She was powerless. That day, the girl froze in place. Her gaze seemed to go blank in an instant, and the blonde asked, Have you seen this? Then the girl opened her brown eyes wide, watching the man in front of her. Her hair fell over her face, and then the man froze in place and decided to light a cigarette. He thought. Still, she saw the true appearance of the castle. This little insignificant woman is my savior, the blonde thought, drawing in his head the image of a young, beautiful maiden. Rugen is still looking for someone who can break the curse. I'm sure he would jump for joy if he knew about it, he thought, but I didn't speak. Because this is just a guess and there is no hard evidence, he thought while sitting on the sofa. Several previous counts also met their possible saviors. The blonde remembered other stories. He imagined how he would admire a huge portrait of a girl if she turned out to be his savior. Hopes were placed on the lovers, but in the end, they met a tragic death. The paints were washed off from the portrait. I decided to play with my new toy, the blonde thought. And at that moment, his eyes seemed to glow bright red. Her misfortune will be my entertainment. That blue-eyed man decided while he was driving to save his new toy. The man remembered her face again. She always looked tender and fragile, and was cutely embarrassed when she looked at him. But then he thought, Hayes is an idiot for treating the monster like a cashless creature. The man frowned. I made sure her father's business failed. The blonde remembered the unhappy face of the elderly man, and for that annoying guy to break his arm, to make him writhe and scream in pain. The blonde remembered. I wonder how she would react if she found out about this, the blonde reasoned. But suddenly, he pulled himself together. I will definitely repay the debt upon arrival in Korea. The girl thought while she was lying on his bed with her eyes tied. I must take possession of this woman completely. This thought was constantly spinning in his head, poisoning him. Her joy and sadness should be caused only by me. The man reasoned, imagining her every emotion. So why did you say that you intend to return to Korea, Hayes? The blonde asked, turning away from the road. A tall building appeared before the blonde's eyes. It was the man's club where the Count's beloved was. The blue-eyed man got out of the car, quickly heading inside the building. He walked towards Valentine. After today, she will be completely dependent on me. The man thought, straightening his black jacket. Next time I want to do something a little cooler. The man thought, clutching the gun tighter in his hands. How will she react if I tell her to give a blowjob? She would look charming with tears of shame. He thought. The man thought. Can't wait to see it. And then he touched his ear with a black earphone, barely smiling. Should I now appear as a savior? The man thought, as he walked closer to the club, where the line was crowded. But when he entered, he saw a truly luxurious club, where there were many serious, strong guards. Please come here, a certain person said. The blonde followed inside the building, carefully studying the situation. Walking next to the blonde were many guards, who were ready to cut off the heads of any enemies or ill-wishers. But then Edric decided to overtake the guards and go ahead. They wanted to express their dissatisfaction, but did not risk it. They just looked at each other and nodded at each other. They understood their colleagues without further ado. And at that moment, it seemed as if the man's eyes lit up brightly with an unkind blue light, almost white. Boredom, the blonde thought, looking at the people who surrounded him and also attacked him with their fists. Then, just a moment later, he pulled out a gun, gripping it tightly. There was very little time. Then the sounds of shots were heard, and traces of blood appeared on the walls and ceiling. Drops were everywhere. There were pools of blood everywhere on the floor, on the cold stairs. It seemed as if they had covered everything around, and on the floor lay the corpses of guards who seemed to be strong opponents. Now they couldn't move. Some were hit in the head, others in the chest. There were too many opponents to remember them all. The blonde looked at them indifferently, and then hurried to wipe drops of blood from his face. He turned away. The man then leaned against the headphones and ordered, "Location." Drops of blood remained on his cheek. Then the man was told, "Next to the statue, on the 5th floor. We are waiting for further instructions." The blonde hurried upstairs. On the 5th floor, Edric saw a dance floor. People were having fun and laughing loudly, singing various songs. The man stood in the middle of the crowd, looking for a way out, looking for a way to a girl with brown eyes. The people around him didn't seem to notice. "Happy Halloween! Dude, look at this outfit!" "The spitting image of a Halloween killer," the teenagers said suddenly. But Edric ignored them as he walked past. He just frowned and then exhaled heavily. The guy remained perplexed. The man then grabbed the stair railing tightly. His arms tensed. He sighed heavily a couple of times, and then loud screams of people were heard. They were scared in an instant. Now they were in a panic. "Attention! Fire alarm! Everyone leave the building immediately!" The loudspeaker spoke, causing people to scream. But the blonde didn't care about the running people. He just rolled his eyes, walking in front of the crowd. Edric then asked, but there was no time. A long staircase appeared before the eyes of the blue-eyed man, leading upward. The man hurried to climb it, hoping that he could find answers there. The fire alarm went silent. But before Edric's eyes, only a cozy room appeared, in which there was a lot of decor in honor of Halloween. People did not stop screaming furiously. They asked for help, and pure horror splashed in their eyes. People around were running out of the building, some looking back at the blonde man, who was walking in the opposite direction. The man did not stop walking forward. The blood on his clothes had already soaked through. Ahead lay a skeleton with pumpkins. The man narrowed his blue eyes and then frowned. He hurried to explore every corner of Valentine's club. And then one of the guards was shot. He tried to hide and run away, but he failed. The blonde did not spare anyone. He shot at all the guards and people with weapons. Not a muscle moved on his face. The man calmly walked past the corpses, past the pools of blood that were already everywhere. Edric didn't care much about this. The blonde nodded tiredly, and then asked displeasedly, "Still haven't found it?" The man looked annoyed. "Sorry, sir, we're looking," said a voice from the earpiece. Then the blonde decided to reload the weapon, just in case. The man then looked at the corpses and also said, "I'll find her myself, and you'll figure out the rest." The blonde walked on, thinking only about Haz. His hair was disheveled, and almost all of his skin was covered in blood. She turned on the fire alarm. The man thought, looking around, "I thought this woman would tremble with fear. Where have you hidden?" The blonde thought as he walked past various corridors, looking for any hint of the girl. Then Edric entered a dark corridor, where there were many different bags, pumpkins, and scattered chairs. The man drew attention to one bag that stood near the window. "The city has long been plunged into darkness." The blonde then turned his gaze to other furniture. There were broken boards and a wooden chair lying around. The man carefully touched the window, barely trying to open it. The blonde barely parted his lips, breathing heavily. "The lock is broken," the blonde thought, looking at the iron mechanism. It was clear that they tried to hide the tracks. And then the blonde decided to finish off this castle by firing a pistol. There was a loud ringing sound. The blonde again turned his gaze to the night city, which was illuminated by many different lanterns and light from the windows. When the man left the corridor, his snow-white hair began to flutter in the wind. His face relaxed. The man looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. He walked out onto the small balcony, his blue eyes wide open. He turned to her. "Hayes." The brunette sobbed, hugging her knees closer to herself. She shrank all over and blushed. She was cold, but the girl paid attention to the blonde and stopped shaking. Tears were still flowing from his eyes. This is that moment. That passionate pleading look, appealing only to her savior. The man thought, holding out his hand. "This is the decisive moment for me to become the only one for her." The blonde thought, smiling affectionately. He narrowed his eyes. He thought, now enchanted, she will begin to carry. But his reasoning was interrupted by the girl's strong embrace. The blonde was stunned. He didn't even know what to say. He opened his blue eyes wide, watching his lover. The girl repeated, hugging her lover tighter. "It's very cold and scary here. I was afraid that no one would come." She pressed herself even closer to the blonde, but the man could not move. He just listened to her carefully. The brunette then said, "In fact, this is a lie. I was waiting." She looked up at him with tear-stained brown eyes. "And I calmed myself with the hope that you would save me," she repeated. And Edric thought, "I can't say a word." The girl repeated these words again and again. "I was waiting for you, waiting." Then the man did not even dare to touch her. "It's so strange," the blonde thought as the girl suddenly kissed him. "I hope this lasts forever." 2 hours earlier, the girl opened her eyes in an unknown place. My head still hurt from the blow. My consciousness was swimming. "Where am I?" the brunette thought, looking around the small room. There were guards and strangers in suits around. "Club?" the girl thought, clutching her head. She opened her brown eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. "How did I end up here? And how long have you been here?" the girl thought, trying to examine the details of the room. Suddenly, the girl was hit by something, causing her to stumble back. The brunette was immediately very scared. Then the brown-eyed girl opened her mouth wide. On her face, one could read only pure horror and wild fear. Valentin grabbed her hand, pressing her to him. He said, "There is something from Einburn that I wanted to get. Do you think he will come to save you?" Valentin asked the confused girl. She felt bad and in pain. He pulled her hand even closer to him, and then leaned down. "I am sure that this will happen. People around were having fun. Yes, Hayes?" "Hayes." The young girl opened her brown eyes wide, looking at the man in front of her. Then the man narrowed his brown eyes, smiling slyly. He looked at the girl and then lit a cigarette. He gave a lot of money. It is obvious that he has feelings for me, but this is only a small part of his condition, she thought. How can this compare to important trade secrets? Would he do this for me? She thought. The brunette then sighed heavily and then thought, of course, this is impossible. She sat back. The brunette thought, shifting her gaze. I need to escape before Valentine realizes that I'm worthless. And then the brown-eyed girl awkwardly apologized to Valentine. He smiled softly as he asked, what? The brunette spoke awkwardly. I need to go to the toilet, Valentine asked boredly. Are you faking it to escape? Then the man grinned nastily. His red hair fell over his face, outlining his sharp features. He leaned closer as he spoke. It's so funny. Aren't you scared? I don't know what I'll do to you if you try to escape. Then Valentine frowned, as if he was looking at the girl with a warning. The whole room seemed to be plunged into darkness. Then the man lowered his lustful gaze to the girl's figure. He didn't even pay attention to her face. His gaze slides over the girl's body. He said, You dressed like that. I wonder what will happen if you wander around here. Then the man took out a package of pills and told the girl, It's good if you think you can escape. But if you can't, I'll make you swallow one of these, Valentine said, almost popping the pill into his mouth. And then an opening door appeared before the girl's eyes, as well as some small hanging box. The girl was surrounded by a large number of guards who did not allow her to take an extra step. She hesitated. There is nowhere to run. There is also no one to ask for help. Is there really no other way out? The girl thought as she followed the man. What should I do? The brunette thought. Her look was completely desperate. She opened her brown eyes wide. But then the girl saw a certain pink button. A plan immediately formed in the brown-eyed brunette's head. The blonde stood in front of the toilet door and said, We have arrived. He looked up at the girl with a puzzled look, and then the girl's hair began to flutter in the wind. The guard tried to tell her, Hurry up! She managed to push past the guards to reach the all-important button. She needed panic. The girl suddenly pressed the red button with all her might. And then, a moment later, a siren sounded. People around did not understand what was happening. Some were only perplexed, while others sought the exit. The red light came on. The alarm began to warn. Attention! Everyone leave the building immediately! What should I do now that I've caused such a commotion? The girl thought, standing in the middle of the running crowd. She was scared, but suddenly there were screams. Avoid the crush! Grab her immediately! One of the guards finally found Jiyeon. The girl understood. I need to run! Quicker! All the thoughts in my head were mixed up from such panic around. Faster! Run without looking back! The girl thought, running away from the crowd as far as possible. A security guard was chasing her. Then they screamed. Hurry up! Did you find her? Search this side! Bags appeared before the girl's eyes. The girl's gaze became frightened again. She turned around when she heard the voice. There's no one here! Move over! Then the girl's gaze fell on the city at night. She moved closer to the window, hoping to take in the surrounding area. Then the lock on the door broke because of the girl. She tried to hide it, but due to the rush, it didn't work. She walked onto the small balcony, breathing heavily. The girl thought, looking down. I'll leave when everything calms down. The girl sat down on the floor, hugging her knees. She breathed heavily and then thought, cold. The look dimmed, so cold. And lonely, no one is around. The girl thought, not even wanting to look towards the living city. Then the brunette remembered how she, as a small child, also ended up on the street. How she banged on the window. Then she cried. She couldn't help herself. She asked to bring her back home. She hit the doors with her fists. Then she begged, Please open the door. Even now, remembering this, the girl felt pain. No matter how much I screamed, no one came. The trembling girl thought. She grabbed herself, hugging her. Then cold sweat began to flow from the girl's face. The trembling in my body did not subside. The brunette looked in surprise. Then the girl understood. I can't breathe. I have to leave. She tried to leave the balcony, trying to break the lock. But then she again remembered how she had stayed overnight outside the door on that fateful day. How she squeezed her knees. And now she was crying, asking to be let home. Tears were running down her cheeks. She was breathing heavily, gasping for breath. She hit the glass and screamed, "Please let me in!" But no one answered her. It was pointless. Then the girl sat down by the window, trying to catch her breath. She was too tired and almost fainted. And then the girl began to calm herself down. "Everything is fine," just like then. I found myself locked on a cold balcony. The girl began to mumble again, hugging herself tighter. "Yes, everything is fine. You just need to wait a little." The girl kept repeating. "It's not difficult, just a little cold. I want to go back. Can I go back to Edric?" But then a voice suddenly sounded above her head. The girl opened her eyes wide, surprised. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes again. She wanted to laugh, she thought. "This can't be true. How come you're here?" The brown-eyed girl thought, looking at the blonde man in front of her. She seemed to light up. The man smiled softly at her, and also extended a helping hand. For a girl, he looked special, magical, and then the girl reached out her hand in response, clutching her last hope in this crazy world. The brown-eyed brunette threw herself into the arms of the blue-eyed man, who froze in place in surprise. "It's cold and scary here." The girl began to speak in a trembling voice. She thought, "My heart feels like it's going to burst." And then the girl kept repeating, "I was afraid that no one would come. I was waiting." She kissed him, thinking about this man. "I like you. I love you. He doesn't need these words and feelings, but I can't help but love him," she thought. And then the girl fell asleep on the blonde's shoulder. She didn't even notice the blood on his clothes. The blonde understood, looking at the brunette's face. I passed out. He was even a little surprised watching her. And then Edric Einborn narrowed his blue eyes, studying the face of his beloved. The wind ruffled his hair. He thought, "It doesn't look good. Did I wish it didn't end? It's not even funny to remember the words of Faust." And then the blonde decided to remove the traces of tears from the girl's face. He thought, "I thought I liked her tear-stained face." Blood. The man thought, looking at his hand. His gaze again became cold, steely, and distant. And then the blonde took off the glove with his teeth, because with his other hand, he was holding the brunette's body tightly. And then the man moved on, taking the girls with him. He threw the glove on the floor without even noticing it. The guy touched the girl's cheek again, slowly stroking it. He looked at her worriedly. "Hayes looks most beautiful when she's crying in bed." The man thought again, looking at the city at night. After some time, they arrived at the castle. Greta hugged the girl, and Edric said, "Take her to my chambers. Leave the cleaning to Rugen," the blonde said. The elderly woman was surprised, opening her eyes wide. She wanted to ask. The secretary asked carefully, "Are you okay?" The man winced in response, and also turned away from the girl. The blue-eyed man asked angrily, his eyebrows furrowed. "What do you mean?" he thought. Everything went smoothly. There were slight deviations from the plan, but the result exceeded expectations. "I heard a declaration of trust," he thought. And then the older woman looked down as she said, "Nothing, my mistake." Her lips pressed tightly into a thin line. The blonde looked away, thinking, "Is it because I haven't finished him off yet?" Greta looked at Jen with pity. "What about Valentine?" the secretary finally asked, and the blonde answered immediately, "He'll be here soon." And this is true, because after a few minutes, Valentine appeared on his threshold, and behind him were people with weapons. The man's face showed no emotion. He just looked at them carefully. The brown-eyed man screamed heart-rendingly, and the veins on his face were already visible from the emotions raging in him. But then, just a few moments later, his own men pointed guns at the guy's head. He froze. Valentine asked, "Since when?" But Edric answered, "It is natural to be on the side of the one who pays more." The man with brown eyes was already starting to tremble with anger and fear. He couldn't even move. And then the man swore loudly, looking up. His eyes were already slowly starting to water. Valentine pointed the gun at Gion and screamed again. "What, after all, is the heart of Einborn?" "What the hell is this?" the man asked, pointing a gun at the girl who was passed out. But then the blue-eyed man just waved his hand. His gaze was mocking, and there was a smirk on his lips. But then the blonde simply turned around and walked away from his secretary and girlfriend. Valentine did not expect this. Heart of Einborn? The meaning is literal, the blonde said as he walked closer to the frightened brown-eyed man. The man came closer to the girl, already preparing to shoot directly at her. Valentine said, "Don't come any closer." The blonde then began to come even closer, speaking. "You have insulted Count Einborn." The man came closer to the girl, already preparing to shoot directly at her. Valentine said, "Don't come any closer." And then the guy was already preparing to fire the pistol. He was getting ready to pull the trigger, but didn't dare yet. And then the man's gaze changed. Only blue eyes were enough for Valentine to fall to the floor in agony. The man with red hair began to shake, looking at the guy in front of him in fear. His face twisted. He clutched the gun tighter in his hand, but this only added to the trembling. He was unable to control his own body, and then the man threw the gun down with a heavy crash. New, fresh drops of blood fell on the floor. The man with red hair began to shake, looking at the guy in front of him in fear. His face twisted. "I can't believe you were actually going to feed her that," the blonde said as he took out Valentine's pills. And then the blonde forcefully opened the mouth of his enemy, from which a stream of blood was already pouring out. He tried to resist. And then the blonde forcefully opened the mouth of his enemy, from where the old man was already pouring blood. He tried to resist. "It seems you liked her too," the blonde said. "Surely he wanted to touch her. You desired her," the blue-eyed man said, squeezing the brown-eyed boy's face tighter. And then the man decided to remind him, "Kazi belongs to me, Valentine." He towered over him, pressing. And then, just a few moments later, only another pathetic corpse sank under the blonde's feet. The blonde thought, "I haven't killed him yet." Wow. Valentine was so overexcited. He swallowed a bunch of ecstasy at once. Then the blonde walked past the corpse, and he himself began to think. Doesn't he have brain problems? We'll arrange everything early according to the legend. The girl was lying in the man's bed all this time. She was fast asleep, not wanting to wake up. The girl muttered in her sleep, "I don't like it. Something big and warm, something like this." And then the blonde suddenly touched the girl's lips. Then the brunette thought, "Never let it freeze." The man kissed the girl tenderly while hugging her. He pressed the brunette closer to him. She did not resist. The girl thought, "It's warm." She again reached for the man's lips, not wanting this to end. "Are you going to fit in with everyone like that?" he suddenly asked the men. Hayes was very surprised. The man lay next to her and also smiled playfully. He said, My name is Hayes." He leaned on his elbow. The girl blushed, and the blonde continued. "You should know who you're with, right?" he insisted. Hayes lowered her gaze. Then the girl touched the blonde again. She grabbed his cheek. The man frowned, but gave in. The girl thought. The eyes seem to be carved out of ice, but they don't feel cold. The eyes of someone who always gives warmth. Then the girl again grabbed the man's cheek, placing his face on the pillow. The brunette smiled happily, and then the girl turned to the man. "Edric." The blonde froze, watching the brunette beneath him. At first he could not utter a word. He simply froze in place. The girl continued to stroke his face, but then the girl kissed the man again, and he didn't mind at all. He answered her by giving his all. They continued the kiss, deepened it, and the girl kept thinking. A little more, a little more. She hugged the guy. Before the girl's eyes, there was a window from which bright sunlight had already penetrated and filled the room. The girl slept sweetly in her crib, closing her eyes. Her hair was already disheveled, and her cheeks were healthy. Then the girl opened her eyes, quieting down. What a wonderful dream! And then she tried to remember him. But then, suddenly, the girl saw a blond man in front of her, who was also sleeping next to her, with his eyes closed. The girl was in his arms, only she was wearing strange black bracelets on her hands. The man was lying very close to her, wrapping her in a warm, romantic embrace. The girl was surprised. How to understand this? The girl thought, when she noticed that her hands were tied, and a leash was put around her neck. First of all, handcuffs, the brunette thought, looking at her hands. The girl's gaze was clouded, but her hand was suddenly grabbed by a blue-eyed man. The girl immediately froze, pressing her palms closer to her forehead, and then he lowered the girl to her knees in front of him. The man smiled disgustingly, and the brunette did not understand what was happening. The blonde then asked, barely furrowing his brows. What? Can't do this. Should I get it for you? And then the man smiled even wider, answering the girl's questions. Why did you tie it? The brunette decided to ask a question. Then the girl looked at the chain of her collar, which was clinging to the bed. The man asked, Don't remember? But then, just a moment later, the blue-eyed count lifted the girl from her knees, placing her on two legs, and then the girl sat on his lap. She already wanted to be indignant, but the blonde just smiled contentedly. The man leaned closer to her and then whispered quietly in her ear. Yesterday you begged to let him suck and lick him. The man touched the girl's hair, stroking her back, and said, I promised that I would let you give me a blowjob today. Then the blonde again touched her beautiful back, adding another touch to her features. The hair lay disheveled, but still you didn't want to listen to anything, the blonde reminded, and the girl was very surprised, even rather scared. In the end, I tied you up. The blonde kept repeating, and the girl imagined how it happened. It seemed as if the girl was driving out of shame. She blushed very hard, closing her brown eyes, but suddenly she touched her lips, thinking, I kissed him for so long that my lips became so swollen. Now the man was asking, So you don't want it now? The girl answered confusedly. Yes, no, I meant it. The blonde asked. By the way, how often does this happen? The girl answered angrily. Not at all, she thought. It wasn't a nightmare. For the first time I confused dream and reality. This is the second time. She remembered, and both times he was there. The girl thought while looking off into the distance. She barely blushed, her mouth wide open. I only act this way around you, Edric. I don't even know why, the girl said. The man smiled in response, and then the blonde touched the girl's waist, repeating her words over and over again. Only with me, that is, he said. Let's spend the day together. We need to take a day off. The girl answered. The area needs to be examined. The man then barely touched his phone, which only showed the time and a few messages. He called on the phone and said, Close the gate. Tell them that the castle is closed for a week from All Saints' Day. Or say it's for security reasons, the blonde said, and then turned to Haza. Now you will rest. The brunette then said, I need to contact the guys at the lab, and with Yugen Uni. She was waiting for me yesterday. I've already contacted her. Everything is fine. The blonde said and added, I also talked to Valentine, and we settled everything. The blonde kept repeating, There was nothing special in what he demanded of me. I haven't lost anything, don't say that. The girl thought about it. Since he came to save me personally, it means the matter is confidential, Edric said. I was worried. Then the girl looked down with her brown eyes, frowning a little. She blushed at the kind words, but then she asked again, And yet, could you take this off me? The blonde asked. Are you hurt? She answered. Numbers, the man said. It suits you very well, so why don't we leave everything as it is? She asked. Do you like it? And then, after a moment, the man frowned and turned away from the girl, answering her. I'm a libertine in some ways. Then the man suddenly moved closer to the girl's face, his mouth open wide. The girl was surprised and stunned. The man kept repeating, I was worried. People dear to me left me early. That's why I need to control everything. And if it were up to me, I would always keep you tied up like this. But this will not happen, the man insisted. Since it causes discomfort, I'll take it off, the girl thought. It's as if he already knows that I won't run away. And kissed him, she answered. Although I can't stay in bed all the time, I would like to do what you like, he said. Do you know what I like? The girl suggested. Cry? The guy answered. You're tempting fate, he said. Do you know what I like? The girl suggested. Cry? The guy answered. You're tempting fate. Then the girl touched another cheek with her palm and began to slowly stroke it, blushing. The guy didn't flinch, but then the blonde was the first to break the kiss again. The girl didn't exercise, she just looked in bewilderment. Then the man touched her chin with his hand and stroked her facial features. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. The blue-eyed guy asked, Will you cry for me, Hayes? He barely smiled, looking at the girl in front of him. Then let's try something a little spicier, the man said. and then took out a certain box. He took out a small pink oval-shaped thing from there and presented it to the girl's mouth. Then he put it in the girl's mouth. She blushed, squinting one eye. She felt very awkward. But then the man also approached her, squinting both eyes. The girl was surprised by this, her eyes wide open. And then the man kissed the girl while playing with that pink thing. The girl blushed even more. And then the man pulled it out of the girl's mouth, speaking softly to her. Hayes. The brunette gave in to him. The girl looked really beautiful and attractive. She narrowed her eyes slightly from fatigue. The man then said, looking around at the interior of the room, Spread your legs, he ordered the girl. Then the man nodded, and his gaze dimmed. He looked very focused and confident. But then the girl almost screamed, jumping up from her seat. She tried to close her eyes. The man looked at the girl again with his ice-cold eyes. He frowned his snow-white eyebrows. The man watched the girl's actions with interest. He smiled brightly, narrowing his cunning eyes. Then the girl blushed too. It seemed as if her eyes were watering for a moment. Lying in bed, Hayes thought with satisfaction. Perhaps now I understand a little what exactly he likes. The gray walls of the castle seemed more austere and ominous to Haza. She realized that this place was a dominant castle. The girl's fingers deftly pressed the keys of the laptop. She was very focused on the text. Then Jian stretched tiredly, closing her eyes in relief, clearly tired of sitting in one position at her laptop. Her gaze turned to the window, and Hayes said thoughtfully, In winter in Germany, it rains just like in summer in Korea. And then she sadly thought that even in this case, Jean could not sit idly by in Lindert Castle. However, the girl couldn't get herself ready for work, so her gaze turned to the phone lying next to her. Edric gave her a new cell phone after she lost hers when Hayes was dragged into the club, and the girl again realized with regret that her debt to him was constantly increasing. A bracelet. 1,000,000,001. The relationship between Jion and her fiancé also left much to be desired. He constantly refused to meet her, and looking at the phone screen, Haza was overcome by an inexplicable excitement. She felt that something was wrong here. He probably thinks Jion wants to ask for help, and that's why he's trying to make the girl nervous. It is necessary to solve problems as delicately as possible, so that later awkward situations do not arise in the laboratory. And then her facial expression changed sharply. If before it had been calm, now Hayes was clearly surprised. Her hand, holding the laptop mouse, slowly reached out to the phone lying a few centimeters away. Looking at the phone screen, Jian suddenly wondered why Valentine reacted so strangely to Hayes's nickname. She tried to remember the caustic jokes about her nickname that Edric had given her on their first meeting. The girl opened the translator and spelled the word Hesnen, since it was the first one that came to her mind. And as soon as the result was revealed to her, Hayes quietly screamed and blushed, embarrassed by the strange translation. The word Hensnen was translated from German as bunny. Bashful fantasies flashed through the girl's head every now and then. She immediately remembered how Edric had given her this nickname. Is your name Jean? It would be appropriate to call you Hayes. Then the girl, suspecting nothing, simply agreed to this with words. You can call me whatever you want. She suddenly felt so ashamed, remembering every moment when the Count called her by that cute nickname. And even more so, Edric continues to calmly call her Hayes to this day, knowing about the translation of this word. But he publicly called her that, in the presence of people who know German and probably understood everything. But then, at the wrong time, the phone rang. This made the girl look away from her embarrassment for a moment. The interlocutor first said hello and then said, I missed you incredibly, that's why I decided to call. Because of this unexpected call and the even more unexpected statement of the caller, Hayes blushed even more than before. But after some time of silence, Jian nevertheless answered her interlocutor quite sincerely. I miss you too. The conversation went on as usual. It seems that thanks to this call, the girl was able to relax and talk from the heart. They talked for quite a long time, but it seemed to her that only a few minutes had passed since the beginning of their conversation. Immediately after she hung up, the girl jumped up sharply and exclaimed, I urgently need cute clothes. After some time, she opened the door of the room and carefully looked outside. Edric was waiting for her right outside the door. He looked surprised when he saw the girl, as if he had not expected this at all. Ji-yeon immediately tried to look as sweet and casual as possible, smiling shyly. The man gently took her hand with words. "How charming! I rushed to you immediately after the meeting." Confused by his words, the girl answered, "Thank you very much, Edric. You are also especially irresistible today." A smug smile played on the lips of the owner of the castle. This answer definitely satisfied him. Then Jian began to babble something uncertainly, and at the end she said shyly, "I looked up the meaning of haze." Edric asked impatiently, "And?" Then Hayes said, barely audible, terribly embarrassed by this, "It means bunny." To this, Mr. Einburn responded completely calmly, "I thought you understood it right away." Then, without waiting for an answer, he ingratiatingly asked his lady, "Shouldn't I call you that?" The girl hastened to convince the man, although her voice was shaking with embarrassment. "No, that's not what I meant." Hearing this, Edric leaned towards her and whispered in a low voice, "And now I want to kiss you, Bunny." Jian blushed even more after these words. But how can you not like it when you are considered special? Finally, Kazi also spoke quietly, but in a more decisive voice. "I think this is a pretty good idea." And then Edric pulled the girl towards him and wrapped her in his arms, gently kissing her lips. Their bodies merged in a gentle touch. Their breaths mingled, and their hearts accelerated in a sweet moment. This kiss was as tender as it was passionate. Their tongues intertwined together, and both of their cheeks were covered with a blush. When they broke away from each other, Edric proposed to Jian with a smile. "Would you like to take a walk with me to the lake?" The girl happily followed the man along the sunlit colonnade. When the man asked her about the fact that the girl always eats only hamburgers, Hayes began to make excuses. To the question, "Don't you like sandwiches?" Jian replied, smiling, "Of course I love it, but hamburgers are much better." Now I did not experience simple happiness, which I had previously felt only next to my mother in distant childhood. Jian then proudly explained, "The simplest thing you can eat is a hamburger. It's cheap and very filling." And at the end, the girl added, laughing, "I have money to buy other food, and I still get the hamburgers." This made Edric smile. He was in complete power of this girl, and did not resist this situation at all. But suddenly, Kazi stopped abruptly and looked at the man in surprise, as if she had seen something unimaginable. She saw a gentle smile, without feigned sympathy, on the face of a previously indifferent person. Autumn golden leaves rustled around the couple, enchanted by each other, adding magic to the moment. And they all walked forward, enjoying the atmosphere, and most of all, the presence of each other. Jian tucked her hair behind her ear, resisting the light spring wind that tried to play with it. And then suddenly, Edric said tenderly, "We have arrived." The girl's eyes opened, and she saw something incredibly beautiful. The girl cried out in surprise. Amazed by the incredible beauty of the landscape, she completely succumbed to her emotions. In front of her lay the mesmerizing expanse of the lake, sparkling silver in the muted autumn sun. Count Einburn said thoughtfully, looking into the distance, far beyond the blue lake, "My parents loved this place very much." This made Jian wonder what kind of people Edric's parents were, and their likely tragic end. How should she be comforted by a man? Every person needs sympathy, even people like him. But Count Einburn got ahead of the girl and said with absolute calm, "What if we transfer your mother to Germany?" And then he added with a smile, "It would be great if you studied here. Of course, I will cover all expenses." He stared at Jiyeon, still smiling with his words. "Are you really going to leave me alone?" "After thinking," the girl informed the Count. "I need to think about this, and even if I stay in Germany now," and with obvious sadness in her voice, she continued, "in the future, I will still return to Korea one way or another." The man looked at the girl intently and a little angrily. He was clearly not happy about this prospect. After a short pause, Count Einburn said, insinuatingly, "Are you talking about what will happen in 2 years?" Jian was confused. It was Edric who always reminded her of their inevitable separation, which would come in 2 years. She timidly asked, "Are you angry?" To which the man feigned indifference and asked again, "I?" Then he continued much more confidently, angrily and ironically, "Right. Why would I be angry? It's just obvious." And the Count, taking a step forward and coming close to Kaza, asked casually, "Are you still engaged?" At this, Hayes exclaimed in embarrassment. No! I have to tell him about the termination, but he continues to avoid me. And then she added thoughtfully, I want to end this as delicately as possible. I will try to contact him again. However, the man suddenly spoke in an ominous voice filled with cruelty. Do you want me to get rid of him? And then he smiled smugly, looking the girl straight in the eyes. She, in turn, asked again in surprise. Hayes thought that she just heard it, but the Count's suspicious smile said otherwise. She didn't know what to do when suddenly the Count unexpectedly proposed. Why not just invite him to the castle? This idea seemed good to her, but the girl thought about whether Kwon Woo-seok would agree to such a proposal. Edric answered with confidence, still with the same smug and even frightening smile. He will come if I call. The evening streets of a wealthy urban area are illuminated by the lights of luxurious mansions, one of which was the Yukon house. Yuk-young, meanwhile, was walking towards her laptop after her shower, her hair slightly damp and her eyes tired. The girl thought that first she should systematize the data, and later write to Hajin. She looked at the laptop screen with a sparkle in her eyes and joy for her friend, and a smile flashed on Yukyon's lips. The girl was sincerely happy for Jian, because she was able to meet Edric, the one who completely suits her. Jian is smart and also has good research results, but unfortunately, she has had no luck with guys. Yukyung has witnessed many of Hayes' failed romances, and has gotten into the habit of calling it dohwasal. But Kwon Woo-seok was replaced by Count Einburn, and Yukyung thought that her friend had run into another bastard. But after a while, thanks to many factors, Yukyeon slowly began to convince herself, partly because, in addition to burgers, they feed her the right food there, and the clothes have also become branded. And this was far from the only proof that the Count really loved Jian. One day, Hayes simply dropped her burger while she was eating them again, but something completely unexpected happened. A horde of maids burst into the room and immediately rushed to the girl, asking questions. Miss, are you hurt? Then Yukyung thought she was in some popular drama, where her friend was the main character. And just a moment later, the maids brought a new burger, while Ji-yeon's friend watched all this in shock. Hayes, in turn, exclaimed joyfully, How cool, right? Let's eat quickly. Yukyung at that moment seemed to think that her friend was acting as if she had been married to a count a long time ago. This count is in no way inferior to Kwon Woo-seok, but the girl was extremely interested in what he thought about their engagement. And then Yukyung was distracted from these thoughts by the ringing of the phone, so the girl looked at the screen in surprise. A voice spoke from the phone. Greetings, I am Greta Marin, Mr. Einburn's secretary. This puzzled Yukyung, but then Greta spoke. Mr. Einburn plans to invite Research Group S to Lindrek Castle. After the words, Miss Cha Yukyung, I hope you will come. The girl could not contain her scream of delight. The luxurious hall, with quite comfortable furniture, was flooded with the light of many candles in a huge chandelier on the ceiling. Then footsteps echoed loudly on the parquet floor. Someone was entering the hall, and clearly more than one person. It was the professor in company with Hayes' fiancé, Kwon Woo-seok. The elderly man said affably, Miss Jian. Kwon Woo-seok stayed behind while the professor came closer and spoke. How wonderful that we met. It was clear that he was embarrassed. The man's gaze kept darting around the room, looking for something unknown. Finally, the professor's gaze turned to the Count, and he greeted him joyfully. Thanks for the invitation, Count. But in response, he received a completely unkind look that burned right through, and the appearance of Edric only inspired fear. Such an unfriendly attitude was quite unexpected, and therefore the professor hesitated for a while. But then Mr. Einburn himself extended his hand to him, his face suddenly changing beyond recognition. He smiled widely, but this smile seemed unreal. And then he said, Thank you for visiting the castle. And Jian, in turn, felt very awkward standing behind the Count and silently observing this feigned politeness. The girl thought to herself. Kwon Woo-seok was confused by the dinner invitation, but the professor was delighted. She should use this opportunity to finally break off this hateful engagement with him. The girl would have been calmer if her friend had been here, but unfortunately, she couldn't come on the excursion. This upset Jean quite a bit. Without her friend, she couldn't muster the courage she needed so much. Even the elderly professor's enthusiastic comments could not make the girl distract herself from these thoughts. But then the Count spoke. You can look around here leisurely, but I need to go away on business. I'll return to the meal. In response, the professor said with a smile, Yes, sure. You're a busy person. We get it. Thank you for taking care of us. But Jian was very puzzled by the look Moraine threw in her direction. It did not indicate anything good. In the depths of her soul, the girl had a presentiment of something terrible, but she could not understand what exactly. Then the maid spoke. Let us know when you're done with dinner, and we'll take you on a tour of the castle. And then she added, You cannot be in the restricted area without an accompanying person. Photos and videos are prohibited. Meanwhile, the girl thought, They seem to be worried about me, or maybe I just imagined it. Before leaving, Marin said one last thing. Enjoy your dinner and bon appetit. The most delicious dishes shone on the plates in front of the research group. The professor's face expressed incredible admiration. He examined each dish, not believing the luxury in front of him. However, Jian's face was not at all like that. It still expressed concern. She looked around nervously. And then the man suddenly asked, Ha Jian, the style of the work hanging there looks familiar. Is it neoclassical? The girl responded to this with absolute calm. Yes, Professor, I heard that these are the works of Meng's. Then the man stood up abruptly and said, Incredible! Meng's painting in the dining room. I'll take a closer look. Of course, the girl could not stop him from doing this, but her appearance remained worried because of this whole situation. Jian wondered, Where are all the servants? The dishes had already been brought out, and dessert had even been served, but it was still strange. Linderk Castle is not a place where outsiders can safely be found indoors, without any supervision. And then a very familiar sound was heard for Jian. It was the click of a camera. She sharply raised her head. In front of her, the girl saw a professor, who, without a twinge of conscience, photographed the canvas on the wall. The girl jumped up and reprimanded him. However, he brushed her off with words. Just put in a good word for us. She turned in despair towards her fiancé and tearfully asked him, Stop the professor, please! But instead of helping, he abruptly grabbed Jian's hand, causing her obvious discomfort. And then he looked at the girl cruelly and said, Let's come here. We need to talk. No one responded to her protests. Meanwhile, Linderk Castle was plunged into darkness. They walked up a long spiral staircase. Jian had no idea where they were going. She tried to break free from his tight grip and stop Quan Wosiok with words. Enough. To this he responded mockingly. What kind of look? You are too arrogant towards the one you ask for money from. But Jian objected. We're not allowed to be here unaccompanied, and I wanted to talk about money. This surprised Quan Wosiok. What could we be talking about if not the money she so needed? But the guy quickly found an explanation for this. So the Count gave me money? You're really lucky, Jean. His sharp words pierced the poor girl like sharp knives. She listened to everything in silence. Meanwhile, Quan Wosiok continued, Have you forgotten my advice? How long do you think he will take care of you? But then Jian noticed that Linderk Castle was rapidly turning into ruins. It was very similar to the illusion that the girl had seen before in the forbidden area. She tried to carefully touch the fragments instead of the window to feel the reality of this for herself. But to her horror, blood began to appear on her tender fingers. This indicated only one thing. Alas, the guy didn't notice anything. He asked the girl irritably, Jiyong, are you listening to me? She tried to explain everything to him, but Quan Wosiok only thought the girl was crazy. He continued to rant, but Jiyeon had not listened to him for a long time. She looked at Wusok in horror. It was hard to believe, but the illusion seen before turned out to be reality. She carefully invited the guy to go to the sofa because the floor behind him was completely destroyed. But Quan Wosiok did not listen to her. He slowly moved back to prove that he was right. It was in vain that Jean tried to stop her fiancé. No one was going to listen to her. She tried to grab the guy's hand as he fell into the unknown. Jin's eyes widened in fear. No matter who Wusok was, his disappearance shocked the girl. I warned you, the man repeated. But after a few moments, he fell into a huge hole on the floor. The girl immediately extended her hand towards him, hoping that he would have time to escape. She screamed loudly. The brunette opened her eyes wide, reflecting Wusok. She recalled the moments when he stood in front of her, and then the girl fell to her knees, holding the floor with her hands. She called Wusok Sunbae in confusion while looking at the hole, but then her whole body shook with fear. The girl shifted her gaze and began calling Usok Sunbae again and again. She was able to make out a palm that was unnaturally pale. Drops of fresh blood spread nearby. Wusok Sunbae was lying in a pool of his own blood, and various stones, curved stones, and old sticks were lying around. But then the brunette opened his eyes wide from the pain that paralyzed his body. He wanted to scream. Then the girl turned her gaze to another part of the building, to the beginning of that damned crack in the floor. Then Jian began to shake even more, and said quietly, crawling away from the crack, "We need to call for help." The girl then tried to touch the floor, trying to squeeze out the words. Her palms were smeared with blood. Bitter tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She looked down, trying to collect her thoughts. But then the brunette suddenly turned around. She looked fearfully at something in front of her, opening her eyes wide. "Edric!" The girl cried out in relief when she saw the blonde man in front of her. He narrowed his eyes at her. She held out a trembling hand to him. Edric said, "Didn't I say you shouldn't wander around here alone?" The man looked thoughtfully at the blood on the girl's hand. He barely raised his eyebrows when Jion spoke. Wusok stumbled. She spoke in a trembling voice, stuttering. "We need to call an ambulance. Can you call for help?" And then the blonde stood up, looking at the girl in front of him in surprise. Jian trembled, lowering her frightened gaze. But the man's gaze seemed rather indifferent. He just studied the girl with his eyes, barely raising his eyebrows. Then he finally spoke. "I thought you hated him." The girl froze in response, even stopped trembling. The brunette repeated in confusion, looking up at the blonde. "What?" "Yes, I hated him, but I didn't want him to die." She opened her eyes even wider and spoke almost in a whisper. "If you don't like someone, is that a reason?" But she never managed to finish. The blonde's tired and irritated gaze was directed at her. She could only think about it. "Kill?" She barely noticeably recoiled from her lover, hiding her palms. Then the man finally managed to squeeze out the right words. "Hayes, I see this upsets you." His tone was icy. "If I had known, I would have been more careful about safety." "Sorry," Edric said, and Jiena cuddled up to him. But the girl's gaze never changed. She opened her eyes wide, did not even dare to breathe, lost in thought. Strange. The girl looked out the window, asking, "Why has the castle changed so much?" Edric replied, "It's just an accident." The girl, as if not believing, asked again thoughtfully, "Unhappy, you say?" The man looked at her sternly. The brunette repeated his words again and again. It seemed to her as if time had stopped around her. "And then," the girl suddenly asked the blonde, "how is Valentine doing?" Edric was surprised, his eyes widening. And then his face seemed to darken in the haze of the castle. He bowed his head slightly and hurried to answer the girl. "Unfortunately, he is doing well," Edric said. The girl looked innocently at the man, asking again. And then the blonde abruptly grabbed her hand, turning to her. He opened his eyes slightly, watching her. "What's the problem? Do you want to make sure he's still alive?" "If that's the case, then I'll call him right now," he insisted. Then the brunette was surprised and scared, suddenly screaming, "No, no need!" Her mood immediately changed. She looked down as she said, "I'm a little out of my mind, sorry. I was so scared, so I wanted to blame someone." Then she thought about it. "How can I suspect Edric? Not anyone else, but Edric." The girl apologized again. But then, after some time, a certain person came into their room, warning them beforehand. "I'm coming in." An elderly man with a cane and a blue tie entered the room. In front of him were white curtains. It was Ryueng, who looked wearily at the man in front of him. He pressed his lips tightly into one thin line. Then he turned to the blond man, who was thoughtfully smoking a cigarette near the window. "Mr. Einburn." After a few moments of silence, Rugen decided to ask, "Why didn't you kill them?" The blonde exhaled heavily. Rugen insisted. Not a hair fell from the second man. Edric interrupted. "Did you come just to ask about this?" Then the blonde decided to smoke again. He looked thoughtfully at the cigarette, barely narrowing his blue eyes. "I thought she would be happy, but she wasn't." He said and thought about it. "I figured Hayes would be glad that Wuzuk and the professor were dead." Edric thought, remembering her. They tormented her for so long. I never thought she would ask about Valentin. Luckily, she didn't want to call, but it was dangerous. Hard-won trust would be shaken. He understood. Then Rugen finally decided to ask the blonde, who was lost in thoughts. Did you change your plans because of her? The elderly man smiled brightly. Hope and light appeared in his eyes, and a gentle blush played on his cheeks. Then the blonde began to think again. The curse cannot be lifted, but genes can be obtained. He obviously thought so. He was thinking. But just think, 3 more winters, and it will all be over. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. But for some reason, I don't feel any relief. The blonde thought, suddenly turning his gaze to the falling petals. Suddenly, Jion's face was reflected in his blue eyes, her eyes wide open. Everything around became brighter, but he did not allow himself to dream for long, and therefore immediately discarded unnecessary thoughts, finishing his cigarette. Edric said, "This won't happen," Rugen replied. "I serve the Einburns," the blonde said, "not for my sake." But then Rugen finally decided to speak. "In the end, you will see that I was right." The blonde froze, thinking about the answer, and then Edric Einburn decided to call Rugen to him, barely waving his hand. His gaze was stern and heavy. The elderly man did not stop smiling, barely shaking his head. His look changed and became more contented, and then the blonde grabbed the older man's blue tie. At first, he only looked at it. Then, after a few moments, the blonde finally spoke. "I even wonder how much longer I can tolerate this." The elderly man looked in fear at the blonde man, who was acting very strangely. Rugen's eyes widened, and then Edric put out his cigarette on his blue tie, leaving a black mark. He held Rugen tightly, and then the blue-eyed blonde looked up at the elderly man with a satisfied look, barely smiling. He pulled away. Edric said, "Next time it won't be just a warning, Rugen." And then he kicked the man out the door. Then Rugen frowned and asked without turning around, "How are things going?" Then he bowed his head. The situation went in a slightly different direction. "Will we fail this time too?" the man asked thoughtfully. But the elderly woman answered seriously. She frowned. Shadows seemed to cover her face. Then the girl looked down with her gray eyes, as if thinking about something. She finally came out of the shadows. Greta Marin looked at the luxurious interior of the castle, and then answered, "I think this time everything will work out." After a while, the city was already illuminated by the bright sun, leaving no hint of shadow. The light shimmered in the windows. Hayes said, "I won't be able to take on the exploration of the Wusok site, and we are very limited in time." Her friend answered, "I offered to unite with the group, but the professor does not want our results to be known." Then the girl said, "It would be better if the professor also broke his leg in the castle." Jian laughed awkwardly in response, but suddenly the smile left her lips. She looked at something in confusion, lowering her brown eyes. The brunette then looked down at her hand. Several of her fingers were bandaged, as was her palm. She thought about it. Sung-hoon has a fracture. Kwan Wusyok is in a coma. All these events happened right before her eyes. Whenever I think about these unlikely coincidences, I remember Edric's cold gaze. She thought. Then the girl with short hair asked, "Did anything happen to the professor there? With his character?" The other girl decided to continue working, but answered anyway. "He took a photo in a restricted area." Heejin said, "If the professor publishes the photos." Her friend interrupted her. "You'll have to take the rap." Then she asked, "I wanted to ask you. You really didn't feel well that day." The friend answered, "Yes. I'm glad I didn't go. Otherwise, I could also end up in the hospital," she said, and Jion was scared. The brown-eyed girl kept repeating, "I hated Wusuk, but my heart is heavy that everything turned out like this." Then the girl started fiddling with her fingers. She started talking again. At least everything would work out, and he would regain consciousness. And the girl with short hair was surprised, opening her eyes wide. She seemed frozen in place. The girl closed her eyes and said, "I thought this would make you feel better. This doesn't change the fact that he's an asshole. And not just a bastard, but a complete one," she repeated, and Heejin asked again, "What do you mean?" But her friend never told her anything, just saying, "Forgive me, Jian," the brunette asked again. And then, after some time, a certain car had already managed to drive up to them. It was already starting to get dark. Heejin stood in front of the castle, awkwardly looking at it. The walls of the building were illuminated by the farewell rays of the sun at sunset. The girl thought about it. The ancient castle is beautiful, as always. It has probably retained its beauty for hundreds of years. Maybe that's the point, the girl thought, remembering the sight of the castle destroyed to the ground. The girl's gaze seemed frozen. She opened her brown eyes wide, watching something ahead. Edric stood in front of her, with some people behind. He cast a casual glance at the surprised girl. Then the blonde hurried to approach her, almost quite close. The girl did not dare to move. The man then hurried to run his hand through Ji-yeon's long hair. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. The blonde, after a few moments, finally addressed her. Haze! The girl's eyes immediately became cloudy. The man's gaze was distant and cold, as always. He pressed his lips even tighter, looking at her. He frowned and then asked, "Are you afraid of me again?" The girl lowered her head, not daring to look into her eyes. But then the blonde lowered his blue eyes to the girl. His pupils constricted, giving the man a strange look. The brunette's gaze was indifferent. She seemed to be looking into space as she spoke. "No, I was just thinking about something." The man remained silent in response, because he couldn't find anything to say. He just froze in place, looking at the girl. "I think it's better for you to spend the night somewhere else tonight." "I'm not kicking you out of the castle," the blonde said. The man smiled as he said, "I don't want you to see anything you don't like." It was as if he wanted to console her. The girl looked up at the man with a frightened look. She furrowed her brows at the blonde in front of her. Then the man continued to repeat, "I just have some things to do tonight." The girl was scared. And then there was a sound coming from the fabric. The man hurried to leave the girl, leaving her bewildered. The brunette hurried after him. She opened her mouth wide, about to say something, and tried to grab his clothes. She screamed at him, "Edric!" But the doors closed right in front of her face. She looked at them. The girl froze, not daring to open the door. An elderly woman stood behind her, watching her indifferently. Marin then bowed, and also extended her hand to the girl as she spoke. "I'll take you to the hotel." The girl turned around. Tears flowed from the brunette's eyes. She was filled with various emotions. Then the girl's eyes sparkled brightly. Then the older woman closed her eyes. Breaking the long silence, she said, "I'm afraid I can't say anything." And then, after some time, the girl with brown eyes found herself at the hotel. She had already changed into pajamas. Then the girl grabbed her phone, started scrolling through some news, checking chats. She was clearly nervous. Water dripped from her wet hair. The girl's gaze became empty again. She was too tired from all the events. She remembered his words. "I don't want you to see something you don't like." But in his thoughts, his face darkened. His appearance seemed to disappear from memory. Questions arose. Who is next to Edric now? Is he alone? Then the girl again remembered that day, Halloween, when she could only sit and wait for help. That day, while the girl was crying, she noticed something ahead of her that gave her new hope. "He saved me when I was trapped all alone," the girl thought, again remembering the blonde's face. The girl thought about it. "I want to run away." She imagined herself avoiding Edric's grasp, screaming loudly. "And at the same time, I want to be close to him," the girl thought, imagining how she would hug him tightly again. "What should I do?" the brunette thought, clutching her pink phone tighter. Thoughts were spinning in my head again and again. Her gaze dimmed again. She couldn't relax for a moment, but then the girl was surprised by something. "Marin?" the brunette thought, barely squinting her eyes. She raised the phone higher, peering at it. "I apologize for calling so late. I'm calling to see if everything is okay with you," Marin asked. Then, moments later, the girl clutched the sheets. She tensed, preparing for a serious conversation. The girl then asked excitedly, "Did something happen to Edric?" She didn't even dare look up at the screen. Who is next to Edric now? What if something happened? She thought, imagining the ruined castle. "Please take me now. I'm going back to the castle," the girl screamed, abruptly getting out of bed. The girl asked excitedly, "Did something happen to Edric?" She barely opened her mouth. Her speech was fast. Who is next to Edric now? What if? She imagined him walking alone through the ruined castle. The girl screamed into the phone, "Please take me now. I'm going back to the castle." She looked determined. Then the black car began to approach the familiar Linderk castle, which had already plunged into the arms of the night. The brunette asked worriedly, sitting in the back seat of the car, "Where is Edric?" The elderly woman was silent. Greta insisted, "He's inside. I don't know where exactly. We can't see or do anything if the owner doesn't want to." Then the young girl asked cautiously, "It turns out I won't even be able to go out." Greta answered, "You are not like us. You are special, definitely," the elderly woman said. The girl was very surprised, her eyes wide open. But, after a few moments, she opened her sparkling brown eyes even wider. Her bangs fell over her face. The girl said barely audibly, "The castle is destroyed again." She saw huge cracks running along the walls of the building. Suddenly, the black car finally stopped. The castle was already very close, but there was no lighting. The elderly woman asked in fear, tightly gripping the steering wheel. "Can you really see this?" she stuttered. It seemed as if the woman's hands began to tremble. Greta asked again. Therefore, a restricted area from the very beginning. But then the older woman said, "Sorry." The brunette was very surprised to hear these words from Greta. Hajion got out of the car, and the old woman hurried after her, as if she were catching up with her. The brunette was surprised. Hajin asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Can you go?" The secretary answered, "I'm fine." The older woman then bowed before the brunette. She said, "Please take care of Mr. Einburn." Hajin's gaze suddenly changed. She became more determined and courageous. She furrowed her brows, looking forward. The girl managed to enter the castle, which was completely destroyed. Grow various plants. Jen was shivering from the cold. Walking through a castle shrouded in darkness is not easy. There are no lanterns or windows to protect yourself from the cold. She thought, "I have no idea where he might be. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack," the girl reasoned. The girl, as if not paying attention to the shivering from the cold, continued to search for her lover. "But what if he's waiting for me?" The girl suddenly thought as she walked into the depths of the castle. She seemed scared. A metal rod appeared before the girl's eyes. She immediately grabbed him tightly. "I'm sure I can find him," the girl thought, and then entered an ancient room. More precisely, it was a huge hall where portraits of the previous counts of Einburn hung. There were stairs all around. The girl fearfully examined every corner, every portrait, not even daring to move. She looked up. The girl walked around, thinking. Judging by changes in artistic styles, some were painted in the Middle Ages. Some portraits have already become covered with various plants and are cracked. There were small lanterns here and there. All the faces are young. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't tell them to look more than 40 years old, the girl reasoned. The reason is that. She couldn't say. Going down the stairs, the girl noticed a portrait of Edric. Then she opened her brown, luminous eyes wide, as if she couldn't even believe her own eyes. "I will die at the age of 35, the blond man from the canvas suddenly said. He looked even colder. The man then smiled brightly as he spoke. "So there are 2 years left. With my death, the contract will cease to be valid." The girl tried to shake off this obsession, and then ran away from this terrifying portrait. Edric kept saying, "I think it's better for you to spend the night somewhere else tonight. You will see something you don't like." But the girl began to refuse his offer, and then called Edric again and again. She barely smiled, but then the girl noticed the snow-white doors. She thought in surprise, "A whole door?" This was out of the picture. Then the brunette pulled the snow-white handle, carefully, as if afraid that she could easily break them. There was a toy teddy bear in that room. The curtains on the windows looked decent, blocking out the light from the windows. Then, walking a little further, the brunette noticed a crib and stroller. There were many different toys lying nearby. There were also huge shelves of books, wooden boxes, and cubes. The girl couldn't understand. What kind of room is this? Everything is so old, but nothing is broken here, the girl thought, looking at various things in the room. Then she saw Edric sitting on a large chair. He said tiredly, "This is my children's room." Jian was stunned. Then the girl almost backed away, but was stopped in time by a snow-white door. She froze. This is where I lived when there was something human in me. I come here when things get unbearable, he told. I wonder how you got here, the man asked. He was dripping with sweat, and the blonde himself was barely smiling. You don't listen at all. You'd better stay at the hotel, he said, but Heza answered. I came because I was worried. Please come back immediately. For now, I'm giving you this chance, the blonde said, still keeping distance between them. The girl froze in place. She could not move to the side. She only opened her beautiful eyes wide. Then the girl began to slowly tug and knead her hands. Her excitement, her internal contradictions were visible. The girl was still standing in the middle of the room. Her gaze became more seriously tired. She frowned slightly. Then the girl finally spoke. Edric, I'm not afraid. She opened her eyes wide again, but suddenly fell silent. After a couple of moments, the girl looked down and then said, No, I'm a little scared. It was obvious. The girl then walked closer to the blonde and also extended her hand to him. The man just looked at her sternly. The girl said, But it's okay because you are you. The man could not even look calmly at her hand. The blonde said, Hayes, you are so naive. His eyes again lit up with an unkind light, and everything plunged into darkness. Then the man quickly grabbed her hand, and then threatened the girl to the cold floor. The man positioned himself right next to her, not giving her a chance to move. She tried to get up, but she couldn't. The man pressed her tightly to the floor, holding her by the wrists. He hung over her from above, but the girl did not resist. The man then smiled slyly as he asked, Do you want to make love to me? His bangs were wet, but the girl's attention was immediately attracted by the blonde's gaze. He was already well known to her. She was surprised and scared. Time after time, he looked at her with that look, burnt through it. It seemed as if everything was lost at these moments. But still, the girl thought, looking at the man's facial features, he just smiled softly, and then the blonde kissed her, and the girl remembered her words. It's okay because it's Edric. The girl again drew attention to the toys that were lying on the floor, as well as to the bouquet of roses on the nightstand. The blonde decided to kiss the girl, but she did not dare to resist. She only blushed slightly as she moved away. Then the guy pressed her closer to the floor. The girl tried to push him away and put her hand on his shoulder. And then the blonde finally spoke. Take off your clothes. The girl became even more embarrassed, and the guy kissed her neck. Then the man grinned, watching the brunette beneath him. His gaze became mocking again, and then the girl extended her hand to him, slowly stroking his cheek. She thought, he doesn't speak mockingly. The man looked in surprise at the girl who was located under him. He opened his eyes wide, watching, and then the girl almost screamed, opening her brown eyes wide and blushing with embarrassment. Then the girl began to tremble and breathe heavily. She opened her eyes wide, blushed, and screamed. The man bit his lip again and blushed intensely as he watched the girl's movements. His gaze dimmed. Then the girl turned her gaze to the crib, where the children's toys lay. There were bouquets of roses and scarves. Then the man looked at the girl strangely. His gaze sparkled with tenderness and desire at the same time. Then the girl drew attention to the belt, which the man pulled out at the very beginning. He was lying on the floor. The girl woke up late, dark at night. She let out a small groan of pain and then looked around. She closed her eyes again, and then thought, Why does my whole body hurt so much? She had bite marks on her neck. The girl thought, The pillow is very warm. And then she realized that all this time she had been sleeping on the blonde. When she first realized this, the girl opened her brown eyes wide, surprised. But she didn't remove her hand from his chest. And then she heard the man's voice. Are you awake, Hayes? The girl blushed very red again and was scared. Then the girl again turned her gaze to other furniture in that room, trying to divert attention. Then the blonde looked at her again and said, Lie down a little longer. Warmth and affection were visible in his gaze. The brunette looked up at the blonde with a surprised look in her brown eyes. There were various marks and marks all over her body. Then the man said, I'm sorry. He gently stroked her head, and the girl lowered her gaze. The guy gently stroked the girl's cheek and also spoke. The food was laced with drugs, the man said. It was because of them that I so madly wanted to take possession of you. They treat me like a breeding stallion, the blonde then said. The drug was stronger than I thought, and it was dangerous. But I'm alive because you found me. The man did not take his eyes off the girl, closely watching her reaction to what happened to him. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She could not help herself, but Edric said, "Don't cry for me." He remembered how the girl was chasing a man in a black cloak, wanting to ask something. She looked worried. Edric knew everything. That's why he sent me to the hotel. The girl thought. Because of this, there were even more tears. The girl thought about it. These are tears for him. He sees no point in living. I cry instead of him. He doesn't care anymore. But then, after some time, bright sunlight was already pouring from the windows. The girl was excited about something. The girl looked at herself in the mirror with some kind of regret and pity. She tried to hide various marks. It's winter now, so everything can be covered with clothes. I will say that the corners of my mouth were damaged while I was eating a hamburger, she thought. The girl sat down on the blue sofa and then muttered, Edric is still missing. Is he that busy even on his day off? Then a message came from Marin on her phone. Please contact me if anything happens. And then the girl decided, I think it's worth asking for birth control pills. She began to remember their night. Getting pregnant after one night is not so easy, the brunette thought, barely touching her stomach. Edric is handsome, so the baby would be very cute. Maybe this would awaken his desire to live, she thought. We would become a family built on love, no deals. The girl imagined the blonde as a father, but then the girl shook her head, muttering, No, it's unlikely. Come down to earth, Hajien. The girl understood. He will hate an unwanted child. He will despise me for continuing the family line. And then the girl finally decided to write. Bring contraception, she hoped for Greta. After some time, an elderly woman was already standing in front of her with a tray. She said, I brought medicine and food, the girl said indifferently. Thank you. She watched the secretary's actions, looking at the white bag. Then Jiyeon thought, why is she looking like that? Is he really afraid that I won't take birth control? The elderly woman made sure that the brunette drank the medicine that she brought. Her gaze dimmed. Jin asked, Soup for afternoon tea? The secretary answered, It's already 4 o'clock. You must be tired. Then the girl extended her hand to the soup and decided to speak. Anyway, thanks for the treat. Greta walked away. The elderly woman made sure that the brunette drank the drink she brought. Her gaze dimmed. The hand is shaking, the girl thought, looking in fear at the cutlery. The elderly woman was also scared, but suddenly another voice sounded. Are you finally awake? The girl turned her frightened gaze to him. Then Edric entered the room, barely smiling. He said, So it will take you all day to eat. What do you mean by this? She asked, and he said, Where did Hayes go? Who attacked me? The secretary left her alone, and the girl asked the blonde in confusion. Whatever it is, please help. Happy to serve, the man said, but his grin never left his lips. He turned his gaze to the soup. How do you feel? Does your body hurt a lot? Help me change clothes? Edric asked worriedly. She pulled him back. The girl turned her gaze to the man. She opened her eyes wide, and on the contrary, pressed her lips into a thin line. The man looked carefully at the pill packaging. She said, I asked Marin to bring birth control. Don't you want it that bad? The blonde asked suddenly. He looked almost embarrassed, so he turned away. The girl answered, refusing to sit on the back of the sofa. I was sure you didn't want this, that's why. But the blonde suddenly interrupted her with a cold voice. That's right. For a moment, it seemed as if his outline had blurred. And after a moment, a strange, awkward silence hung between them. They both looked at the package of pills. The girl then clenched her fists as she spoke. You have nothing to worry about. Please stop feeding me. Is there anything else you want to say? The blonde suddenly asked, frowning predatorily. The girl asked again in bewilderment. Jin replied. The professor took photographs in the restricted area. He answered. No big deal, but it won't work again. Then the blonde asked again. Anything else? The girl was at a loss, did not know what to say. The man brought the spoon to her mouth and said, By the way, you can't even hold a spoon properly. The blonde grinned nastily. and then said again, "So I have no choice but to take care of you." Time was running out, so I threw myself headlong into exploring the castle and systematizing the data. The girl reasoned. As soon as I had a free minute, I met with Edric. She remembered their walks together. In the chaos, the days flew by unnoticed, and before I had time to look back, it was already mid-December. The girl reasoned. The weather in Germany has become truly wintry. The girl thought, looking at the snowdrifts outside the window. It was snowing. At the beginning of January, the castle will be closed to visitors. Therefore, Edric persuaded me to stay in Germany. She remembered. And every time I heard his seductive entreaties, I hesitated. The girl thought, remembering the guy's hug. Jen thought, I don't want to be separated from him. If I try, maybe his slight crush will develop into love. She thought about it. Then, perhaps, he will not want to give up his life. But now, before her eyes was the kitchen. The girl looked at her phone, where an application was open that allowed her to track her periods. The girl pursed her lips and then thought, my period should have passed a long time ago. She felt awkward. I haven't been feeling well lately. I always want to sleep. Are you sick with something? The brunette thought. But then she touched her stomach, but almost immediately pushed those thoughts away. No, this can't be true. Better focus on work, the girl thought, sitting down at the computer again. Her posture was straight. Then the girl looked away with her brown eyes. She thought, by the way, her hair was slightly disheveled. Why did it suddenly become so quiet? This is somehow suspicious. She immediately put down her laptop and also moved away. And then, someone entered her office, opening the snow-white door. The bright sun was already shining outside the window. A certain person stood in front of her and greeted her. Long time no see. The girl froze in place. Ryugen stood in front of her, speaking. I was forbidden to appear in the castle, so I am forced to look for meetings outside its walls, the man said. I heard you had intimacy without contraception. Maybe it's worth checking to see if you're pregnant. Then she winced as she thought. No personal life. It is not surprising that Edric hopes that the clan will disappear from the earth. The girl turned her gaze to the lemonade next to her and answered Ryugen. No, I took the birth control pill this morning. But then the man laughed brightly and decided to answer the girl. It was a dummy. He turned away. The girl asked the elderly man in fear. That is, like a pacifier? She was stunned, unable to move. Ryugen asked sarcastically, How could I miss such an opportunity? The girl opened her eyes wide as she said, Marin? But the man answered immediately. After all, she also serves the Einburn family. Jen didn't know what to say. Marin also doesn't want the Einburn line to end? The girl thought, remembering the elderly woman. And then that ruthless old man handed her a packet of pregnancy tests, saying, Better check. The girl looked at him indifferently, still trying to deny it. She thought, This is impossible. The girl went to the toilet, and all the way she prayed. At least negative. Must be negative. But then she opened her mouth wide, looking at the test results. She did not have the slightest strength left to be indignant. She threw the results on the floor and began muttering. The result is probably false. This can't be true. She picked up the test again, where 2 stripes were drawn. Her hands almost trembled with realization, and then her hands began to tremble. She couldn't stand it, because it was the worst possible outcome. She opened her eyes wide in fear, and then thought, This is the worst way to ruin a relationship with Edric. Then the girl felt bad and began to feel sick. The door to the toilet remained closed for a few more minutes. The girl came out, covering her mouth. She thought about it. How can I look Edric in the eyes now? She walked up to Ryugen. The girl put her hand to her mouth, to her nose, and then looked wearily at the elderly man in front of her. And then the elderly man jumped up from his seat, almost jumping for joy. He screamed, You really are pregnant. The girl walked closer to the table and then said, I'm going to tell Edric the whole truth. Ryugen froze. The gray-haired old man said tiredly, warning the girl, You don't know anything about him. Absolutely nothing. Take a look at this. Ryugen handed the girl a certain photograph with the outlines of Valentine. The girl looked at it. She barely noticeably shook her head, and her gaze immediately dimmed, becoming even more sad and saddened. Ryugen finally spoke. He's dead. In the photograph lay the corpse of Valentine, which was stained with his blood. Rugen showed other photographs. She kept saying, Edric said he was alive. He asked, Did you take my word for it? The man showed a photo of Kwan Wosok and said, Your father's business failed, and you saw the rest yourself. A memory surfaced in my mind, despite myself. The castle suddenly turned into ruins. Kwan fell. She thought, and a blond man stood on top of his corpse. He looked determined. The girl felt depressed. The girl asked, Why did he do this? Rugen replied, Because they displeased the count. It doesn't matter whether you keep the child or not. From the moment you became pregnant, you became a nuisance. Rugen insisted. This man seemed to be strangling her. I wanted to say that this was not true, but the words got stuck in my throat. She thought. Rugen insisted. The count will never forgive you. But if you promise to keep the child, I will protect you from the count. And then he began to tell the plan, but the words seemed to blur. First of all, it is better to return to Korea. The girl didn't even hear half the words as she plunged into her own thoughts. She was too depressed. The girl began fiddling with her fingers, and then said awkwardly, I need a little time to think. But then Rugen asked accusingly, Think, speak. Do you really have feelings for the count? He bowed his head. And then the man's gaze changed. Her eyes immediately dimmed, and he himself frowned deeply, highlighting the wrinkles. But then Rugen decided to remember something else. Your kidnapping by Valentine, when the count rescued you. She was scared. She remembered how that day a certain person suddenly approached her. Then the girl was very surprised. Then Edric stood surrounded by his people, who looked at the young girl with contempt. But he didn't care. Then she remembered that crazy look from Valentine when he promised to feed her those pills. But Rugen continued. The blue-eyed man then reminded her, Halloween is coming soon. The girl was very surprised. I didn't even know. She remembered their conversations and asked, Was this all part of Edric's plan? Rugen replied, You are a toy for him. The older man then handed her the phone, saying, I'll be waiting. Please contact me at this number. He kept saying, The one you are using now was a gift from the count. All data is immediately transferred to the graph. She walked up the stairs, thinking. After that, I didn't remember much. I apologized to Yugen Uni and left. Then, a few moments later, the girl came to the huge painting and began to think, How did I end up here? The girl looked at the details of the picture, where people were trying to kill each other. The gaze fell on the woman with the child. Jen thought, I understand the pain of women who are forced to watch their children die. I dreamed of a fairy tale, she thought. I entertained the hope that my love would save the count, but all this was a naive delusion. She began to cry. But then suddenly, someone turned to the girl. The girl looked up at the unexpected guest with a frightened look of brown eyes. The girl was sitting on her knees next to the painting. Edric hurried towards her, asking excitedly, Are you feeling unwell? She said. Suddenly, my head began to spin. Everything will be fine if I rest, he said. I'll take you to your room. But then the brunette grabbed her stomach. Some thoughts did not let her go, which was clearly visible. She thought, How did he know I was here? Is this facial expression fake? The guy seemed worried about her. The girl thought again. Was it really all staged that time? She remembered kissing a man and crying. The girl asked, Edric, that person, a man named Valentine, was he not injured? The blonde sat down next to him. After several moments of silence, the blonde finally decided to answer. Why are you so interested in Valentine? Did you like him? Edric asked. Jean answered. God forbid. I'm worried you might be in trouble. The girl started fiddling with her fingers, and then said, I just keep thinking about it. It doesn't give me peace. The man's gaze immediately changed. He frowned, but his eyes seemed to become more penetrating and confident. And then the man hurried to take the phone out of the inner pocket of his jacket. He wanted to prove he was right. The man handed the girl a phone with a glowing screen. Jean looked at the blonde in fear. He called Valentine and told him, Hayes is wondering how you are doing, and speak English, Valentine insisted. And I kept wondering why you called me, the girl thought. It seems like a similar voice, but still, the man said. I've already apologized, Jion suddenly replied. You said earlier that you like to call me Hayes, Valentin said. Yes, it happened, Hayes said. Now I know the meaning of this word. Don't call it that anymore. Then the blonde man hung up and asked, Are you satisfied? At first, the girl remained silent, watching him. The girl looked down and then said, Yes, thank you. Now everything is clear to me. The man tried to get up, she thought. Valentine mocked the nickname, saying that it did not suit me, and she said, That's enough. Her gaze dimmed, she said. I don't have anything to worry about anymore. And I thought, he always called me Hejin. Then, a few days later, a huge airport appeared before the man's eyes. Someone gave the order, Let's go. It was Edric, who was traveling in the same car with an elderly woman. He frowned, thinking about something. Suddenly, before his eyes, in his memories, a middle-aged woman with short blonde hair appeared. He said, So they strive to live at the expense of others? The secretary asked. Didn't the chancellor and I talk about new weapons? And she raised the topic of preserving genes. It was as if she wanted to know if I had any regrets. The man looked out the window. Noticing how people were decorating the streets for the new year, the man thought about something, squinting his blue eyes. He said, I think it's worth a trip to Dresden. Greta Marin asked. Want to visit a Christmas market? He answered. Perhaps Kaza will like it. And I thought, something has been bothering her since the day she met Rugen. Rugen is the head of the vassals who serve Einburn. You need a reason to touch someone who has sworn allegiance, he thought. He was thinking. I allowed myself to be drugged and used it as an excuse to keep him out of the castle, the man said. It would be better to go on Christmas Eve and stay there until the New Year. She loves street food. Then the man turned his blue eyes. He immediately became more serious, his snow-white eyebrows furrowed. The man suddenly said, quoting, What if this way it will be possible to remove the curse? You don't think so, do you? Greta answered. Honestly, yes, I think so, the blonde said. I can't believe my ears. She's just a special toy. The blonde then said, Turn up the gas, Marin. I want to return home early. And I thought, Hayes missed me. Then, after some time, a huge, exquisite snow-white railing appeared before the man's eyes. Edric asked, Where is Hayes now? They answered him, There are 12 in Area G. Someone is talking to her. The man quickly followed the required coordinates, already worried about this girl. But he suddenly stopped. He turned to Haza, who opened her eyes wide as she looked at him, surprised. A man stood nearby. The girl asked coldly, Mr. Einburn, what brought you here? Her tail flickered in the slight wind. He answered, I was passing by and decided to take a look. Who is this? Hayes said. We accidentally crossed paths and talked a little. The man began to talk in German, but the blonde only smiled slyly in response, not intending to shake his hand. He said in German, Enough. The stranger was very frightened and surprised by these words, opening his eyes wide. The blonde came closer, but the German froze in place, not daring to move because of the unexpected event. Then the stranger left, and Edric said, How come he left? He said he wanted to enter the restricted area. The girl looked after him in fear, and the blonde kept repeating, Why do all these people continue to persist so much? But the girl ignored his words and said, I think it's time for me to get back to work. The man was surprised. Usually in such situations, she felt sorry for me and got angry. The blonde remembered. He nodded slightly. Then, the man suddenly grabbed her by the sleeve of her coat and pulled her behind him. The girl turned to him in bewilderment. Edric thought, She has time to talk to a stranger. She can spare a couple of minutes for me. He led her into the room. The blonde turned around and said, I would like to spend Christmas and New Year with you. Shall we go to the Christmas market? The man kept repeating, The gates will still be closed from Christmas Eve until the New Year. Workers need vacation, he thought. I wanted to open the castle from the 27th to the 31st, but I need to go on a date. Then the girl lowered her head down and crossed her arms over her chest. She seemed to not know what to answer. The guy said, Are you afraid that you won't have enough time to explore the castle? I will extend the closing date. But then the girl answered, There is no need for this. She finally looked up at him. There was a tense atmosphere. The man suddenly leaned towards her. He sighed heavily and also narrowed his blue eyes, looking at the girl. He said, "It's my birthday on Christmas Eve." The brown-eyed brunette, as if not believing, asked again, "I really wanted to spend it with you, but since you can't, okay." The girl looked guiltily at the blonde. Then Hayes lowered her head again, as if she was ashamed. She said, "I'll go, but we'll only spend Christmas Eve." She made an agreement with the people from the laboratory. Somehow I'll figure out how to keep her in Dresden. He thought, agreeing. The appearance of the castle is ruins. It was destroyed by the previous count. He cherished the castle like an obsession, but the day before his death, he destroyed it. He used all his strength to destroy the castle, but was divided and died under the ruins of his beloved brainchild. With the help of the Einburn's power, the castle was restored. But this is only an appearance. The man reasoned while standing on the street. If my lineage ends, Linderk will instantly regain its true form and turn into ruins. He reasoned. The man looked for the girl he was waiting for in the middle of the Christmas market. There were a lot of couples walking around. They came to one of the most famous markets, where many lanterns sparkled. People were having fun and laughing. The man looked around at everything that was around him. People were beaming with happiness, celebrating Christmas with their loved ones. But then he lowered the impartial gaze of his blue eyes, just thinking tiredly, "How noisy it is!" He frowned. The man looked up again, looking around and thinking, "I never thought that I would come to the Christmas market." Then the man looked at the girl, who was holding a toy Santa Claus. She looked at him in surprise. Then a voice was heard. "Thank you." He took himself a gift, packed in a holiday package. The girl asked, as if not believing, "Edric, is this all for me?" He answered, "You. Maybe you want to buy something else?" The blonde looked at the glass ball and said, "It looks cute," Hayes replied. "You don't have to buy." Then Edric thrust a toy, plush hare, wearing a red hat, into Hayes's hands. The man said, "It's like it was made especially for you." The girl felt awkward. She looked down. Hayes then said, "Please don't buy anything else. I feel good enough, honestly." The man was surprised and frowned. The blonde then exhaled heavily. He looked sternly at the brunette, barely narrowing his blue, heavenly eyes. Sometimes she looks so scared. And although she always tries not to show it, but today, he thought. The blue-eyed guy then asked, smiling affectionately, "Do you want something to eat?" He came closer to the girl. The blonde suggested, "Or should we go back to the hotel?" The girl nodded slightly in response, lowering her eyes. The man was thinking, "What's happened?" It was necessary then to catch Ryugen and interrogate him. "I thought he was talking about sperm." The blonde was thinking. Ryugen realized, and therefore fled to Poland. "After your trip to Dresden, you will have to come to him. And then," the brunette finally spoke up, asking, "Do you think we can go over there?" He shifted his gaze. The girl pointed her finger at the large Christmas tree that was in front of them. The blonde answered, "With pleasure." They approached a huge Christmas tree, which was all glowing and shimmering in different colors. People were walking around. Then the brunette grabbed the blonde's sleeve and began to repeat, "Edric, in general." He looked at her worriedly. Then the girl said thoughtfully, looking at the blonde, "Congratulations, happy birthday." She squeezed out. The man looked at the girl with disappointment. His hair fell neatly over his face, and his eyes became narrowed again. The blonde asked, looking away at the Ferris wheel, "What about a gift?" She answered, "I haven't cooked it yet." But then the man smiled, touching the girl's cheek with his palm. He asked, "Isn't he here?" She was surprised. The blonde touched his finger to the girl's lips, and the same one did not resist. She just froze in place. But suddenly, the girl pushed him away, saying, "Wait a minute." The man was perplexed as he looked at her. The brunette kept repeating, her eyes wide open, "Please stay here for a while." I remembered something important. And then the brunette ran away from the man, leaving him alone. He froze, not daring to move. He thought, "What's on her mind?" "However, you can let her go for a while. Because of the phone and the bracelet, I know where she is." The blonde looked again at the people who were passing by. Among them were many mothers with children and young couples. Some of them went to the attractions, others went to various shops and bought various souvenirs. There was a time when I wanted to feel like everyone else. The guy remembered, standing in a crowd of joyful people. However, with the death of my predecessor, I lost what little humanity remained in me. He thought, I have no desires, and that is freedom. Previously, everything suited me, but lately, he grabbed the gift. He thought, if I were human, would it be easier for me to understand her? And she came running, speaking. Sorry for keeping you waiting, the man asked. It's okay. Are you done with your work? She handed him the gift as she spoke. Nothing special. The man was very surprised by such a gift. She bought that ball, which the blonde had previously called quite cute. The girl handed him the ball, and the blue-eyed guy happily accepted it. Noticing this, the girl smiled. The blue-eyed blonde looked down and thought, do you think I like it? Such a cheap souvenir? He frowned. But then, the girl called him loudly. Edric! It seemed as if at that moment the man's eyes lit up. She laughed happily and smiled as she spoke. It's snowing! The girl narrowed her eyes, holding out her hand to him. Several snowflakes fell on the blonde's shoulder. But the man didn't even flinch, continuing to watch the happy haze. The man looked at the crystal ball again and began to examine it. The wind ruffled his hair, and then, a few moments later, the man clutched the girl's gift tighter, as if he was afraid of losing it. The man turned to the girl, and she froze in place. The blonde said, Ha, Jian! People crowded around. A moment of realization. It burned so badly that it was impossible to ignore. As if I don't do anything, I'll burn to the ground. The girl suddenly extended her hands to him, asking worriedly, Edric? Are you feeling bad? The man froze in place, but after a moment, he came closer and hugged the girl around the waist. Now she froze, looking up at Edric, and then the man spoke. Hurt. He pulled the girl even closer to him, hugging her back. The girl remained silent, and then the blonde kissed her, and the brunette did not resist at all, rather the opposite. The snowfall did not stop. Then the blonde pulled away, but only for a single moment. A slight blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. A familiar kiss feels different than usual. I don't remember kissing like that, the man thought. And then he thought, for the first time in my life, I felt the desire to live. This is where I got it. Then the guy looked at her. He opened his eyes wide, watching the brunette in front of him. The man seemed to be afraid of something, but he saw tears on the girl's face. He asked worriedly, Why are you crying? But the tears did not stop flowing, and then someone screamed. The blonde immediately switched his attention and looked away in the direction of the loud sound. The tower is falling! Save yourself! Who can? People screamed as they watched the huge building begin to collapse. People immediately ran, not paying attention to the crowd, snow, wind, and other difficulties. There was a crash. Are you okay? The blonde wanted to ask, but for some reason he stopped. He looked away from the girl, frowning. When he turned around, Hayes was no longer there. The blonde looked in surprise at the empty street that now surrounded him.